Let's unmute. Let's share the video. But I still need.
So we're going through yours.
I still need you talking. I need me shut off over here for the time being.
Good morning and welcome to B-Sides Oklahoma 2020. This is track 3. A few announcements before we get started. All right, your swag. Anybody interested in swag, please go to Eventbrite and update your Eventbrite registration. And then add the swag ticket. That's how we will get your intel. This is stuff that we're not sending via helicopter, not sending via quadcopter. We're sending via U.S. Postal Service. So please, we need your address so we can send you that stuff. Secondly, lunch. You have to install the Uber Eats app, mobile app, and then go to tiny.si/BSOK. That's how you get your Uber Eats mobile app ticket. Slack. If you're not a part of the Slack conversation already, please join in. There's quite a conversation going on already. A lot of good intel out there. A lot of good opportunities. Join the conversation at slack.techlahoma.org. And then finally, reminder, there's a CTF going on. Check out hashtag BSidesOK-CTF. And our 10 o'clock speaker is Mr. Aaron Moss. Aaron?
Hi, guys.
Hi, guys. Let's mute that over there. So in case you guys can't tell, John, just go ahead and just get into frame here real quick with me right here so that you can know, hey, so John actually introduced me. We're sitting literally next to each other, which is the reason that we sound so awful, because literally we've got 3 of us in control headquarters right now trying to introduce everybody. And surprise, I'm your 10 o'clock speaker. So welcome to How to Basics, basic CIS controls from the attacker's perspective. I'm Aaron Moss. I'm a senior security consultant with True Digital Security. And basically what that means is I hack a lot of things for people who ask me to do so. Let's see. Let's get this started. So the first slide here is who is Pure Heat. Well, sorry, Pure Heat's not here today. If you guys were expecting Josh Bozarth, he sucks and decided not to come and join me today because he was too busy. He's my boss. I may get fired over this, which will be on the next couple of slides here in a second. So I love you, Josh. Who am I? I is Hot Dog. Aaron Moss at Blockbuster on the Twitters. I basically just, if anybody who don't know who I am basically a horror nut, infosec nut. I am a Jesus freak, husband, father, and I worked my way up from help desk into network systems and virtual machines and stuff like that, administrator into an IT director, into eventually a security consultant, and recently a senior security consultant for True Digital Security. Also, I'm one of the B-Sides OK coordinators and co-founders. I've been here since the beginning. And generally, if you see much of the t-shirts and everything that have been developed thus far up into this year, I'm the guy who created all the t-shirts and stuff. So you can have me to thank or boo for the t-shirt designs. So today's discussion, let's get on to this. Usually I have somebody, like I said, Josh is here with me and kind of going over these controls with me. And so in lieu of him being here, I decided to put this little heart around his face on this picture. It's one of my favorite pictures and he hates it. And I, like I said up right at the top, this will teach him not to show up for a B-Sides talk with me again. It could get me fired. It could go either way. I don't know. But what we're going to cover today is the first 6 of the CIS basic security controls. That's called the basic controls, and how we as attackers use these controls, or the lack thereof, to attack your network. Okay, and this includes pen testers. This includes, attackers, real attackers, which is what pen testers try to emulate to a degree. And so how these controls can make our job harder whenever they're implemented correctly. True Digital Security has a lot of clients in retail space, the technology space, medical, financial, education. You can read everything there. You don't need me to actually go through everything to my knowledge. Hopefully I sound okay. I don't know if I do or not because I don't have anybody telling me yes or no, but I'm assuming that I sound okay. So we're going to move on. So what are the CIS security controls? The CIS controls was originally the SANS top 20 critical security controls. Now the CIS controls are the Center for Internet Controls, Internet Security Controls, excuse me. And currently we're at 7.1. That is at the time of this writing back in February. That could be updated now to 7.2 or 9.3 now. I'm not entirely sure. But the ones that we're going to be talking about are the basic security controls today. And so we're looking at the inventory and control of hardware assets and software assets. And what you're going to see is both of those are kind of smushed together to a degree. And so we're going to go over controls 1 and 2 together. And then we're going to do controls 3, 4, 5, and 6, continuous vulnerability management, controlled use of administrative privileges, secure configuration for hardware and software on all devices, and the maintenance, monitoring, and analysis of audit logs. These first 6 are the super important controls that if you get these right, you're going to make it so much harder for an attacker on your network just because you have these controls implemented. So a note about the implementation groups. Each of the 6 controls have numerous subcontrols. If you ever look at this document, it's pretty long. And so there's 47 just for the first 6 controls and 171 sub controls for all 20 of the different controls. And basically you want to self-assess into one of the 3 implementation groups. You got implementation group 1. It's an organization with limited resources, cybersecurity expertise, as it says here. And so, maybe smaller organizations, maybe your mom and pop shops or just smaller orgs. It's like 3 or 5 people that are working in the industry and stuff like that. Maybe you have a third-party IT company like True Digital Security, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, that are coming along beside you and helping with stuff. Implementation group 2. This is an organization where you have moderate resources. Larger organizations, your mid to small business, small to mid-sized businesses and stuff like that. You've got 30 people, you got 50 people, you got 100 people, something like that you're working with. And so you maybe have some more resources and more control over how some stuff is developed in your system. And so you can have a little bit more control over how things work. And you have implementation group 3. Large organizations or just simply mature organizations with a lot of resources and cybersecurity experience to allocate for all the different subcontrols. And so, you're basically, as it says, your certain subcontrols are deprioritized based on the resources and cybersecurity expertise. So as you get down further into the implementation groups, you're going to have less and less resources to work with, which is the reason you're going to need a third party to come in, such as True Digital Security, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. That's why I'm here to help out with this. So let's go. Eventful inventories. Josh misspelled that and he just, it's awful. Controls 1 and 2, hardware and software inventories. So I'm not going to read this slide to you. If you really want to get the CIS definition, go look at it. But basically what it means is exactly what it says. You want to inventory and control your hardware and software assets. You want to track them, inventory them, correct them, keep track of them. That's what track means. Keep track of all this stuff and make sure it's all legitimate and that it's all real and that it's all supposed to be there. And quite frankly, you get rid of the stuff that's not supposed to be there. So let's go over hardware inventory. The old standards are servers, workstations, network devices. You can read the list. But you also have the new stuff. You got mobile. Yeah, there you go. You can see it now. Phones, tablets, got your iPads, but you also have your IoT devices. How many IoT devices do you actually have on your network right now? Copiers and printers are IoT devices, maybe cameras and video conferencing and stuff like that. What about your smart assistants? What about stuff like Siri? What about stuff like, hang on. Okay. just making sure that somebody not saying they can't hear me. Sorry about that. You know, your smart assistants. What about Alexa? What about what do you got? Like Google Home. What about your Apple? What's the Apple devices that sit on the networks? I can't remember off the top of my head. Or, you know, that weird little box in the corner that the service repairman installed. What is that? If you see something like that, unplug it and see if somebody screams. Don't forget your alphabet soup. This is more along the lines of specialized organizations, you know, medical devices. So you're going to be looking at hospitals, you're going to be looking at clinics and stuff like that. But you got your infusion pumps, MRIs, CT scanners, PIC, which I think Josh may have thrown that acronym in there to screw with me. I'm not entirely sure. But you also have, so on the other side of stuff, your energy sector, you know, SCADA, HMI, PLC, PID, RTU, EI, EIO. That one I threw in there myself. But you get the idea. All these devices are the part of your hardware assets that you need to keep control of. Let's look at your software assets. Of course, you've got your operating systems for both servers and workstations. You've got your virtualization, your hypervisors, ESXi, Hyper-V, blah, 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 blah. Server software, you've got Exchange, SQL, IIS, the works. You know, Jira was some more. You got, what's that one I just popped the other day? I was, man, I can't remember his other software assets out there for like controlling. Man, I cannot remember. I'm the worst. Anyway, so you got your document readers, Office, Google Docs, Adobe, Creative Cloud, collaboration, Slack. I'm a huge Slack fan. I'm in Slack all the time. Teams, I hate. Can't stand Teams. Got your browsers. If you're using Flash on your network still yet, shame on you. Music. I'm a huge Spotify fan. Haven't used iTunes in a long time. BitTorrent, etc. So here we are at the crossroads of this. Hardware or software? As an attacker, we don't really care. Did you forget that server existed? We found it. It wasn't patched or updated. It was a 2003 server. It was missing a couple of patches, including 17.0.10. If you're not familiar with that, go look up how bad Microsoft, the MS 17.0.10 exploit is. A couple of times we've actually found Windows XP machines that people forgot about on a system or on a network that have MS 08.067. If you're not familiar with that, that's another one that's a super, super bad remote code execution vulnerability. And we just used it to compromise your entire network. So what does up-to-date inventory mean? IT knows what's on the network. IT knows what should not be on the network. And it's keeping track of all this stuff. Again, keeping track of all this stuff. Keeping track of, oh, did you see that pop up on there just now? Where did that come from? That shouldn't be there. Somebody go check that out. Software, same as old hardware, attackers leveled software. We love Adobe, Java. You'll see all sorts of exploits for like Adobe Reader, for any number of versions of Java, and tons of Java deserialization exploits and all sorts of stuff like that. And so basically what you can do with these smaller attacks, even though it may only be, maybe you get just a foothold on a network, it can leave your doors open for wide, big attacks, okay? And so other things that you can do, you might be able to lace a PDF or something, a Word doc, and send it to somebody, email it to somebody, say, hey, click on this, open this document, or open this zip file, or open this blah, 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 blah. And all of a sudden, we've got access to your network. You got an open port somewhere, easy exploitation if that service on that port is vulnerable. So attacker view number one, again, here we are, weak inventories. We hate these networks for tests. This is a really hardened internal network. As a tester myself, I hate these networks. That's the reason I know that. But I've talked to several other people that, yeah, this is part of what we do as pen testers. I'll be honest with you, it's fun. It's one of the reasons we got into this. But also the other thing is we want to help people to grow and to better understand how their network works. And so we get onto an internal Windows network that everything's patched. There's tons of servers, but it's all patched. Responder's not working. We're not seeing any LLMNR or NetBIOS over TCP. no WPAD, like there's no broadcast traffic hardly at all. And it's just do a fantastic job. None of the tools work that we're trying to use. Wait, did you see that on the scan? That's an old Windows 2000 server. It's not been touched since like 2007, and it's missing MS08067. So what do? Pop up a Metasploit. We get a shell on it. We have local admin. We create that weak password, and then turns out that password's used everywhere else. Hey guys, I want you to know, passwords are a part of your software assets. Change them and keep track of them in a secure fashion. All right, because we just use that password to privilege escalate all the way to domain admin on your super hardened Windows network. Attack review number 2. External network, minimal exposed services. So, maybe you have a couple of open web ports, like the end. You've got 60 servers on the network, but they're firewalled off, they're hardened. Great job. Except for that one port on the server. Like, what was that? It was like 4447. What is this? We open it up, try to telnet to it, nothing, try to netcat to it, can't figure out exactly what it's going to do. It gives us some kind of HTTP information back, but not a whole lot. Turns out that it was a HTTPS server. And so we opened it up in Chrome. It's a desktop management software exposed to the internet. Oh, okay. But the authentication is tied to the domain. Well, that sucks. Okay, fine. Now, this says here, great, that was close. And that means, we want our customers, we want our clients to have proper controls in place that don't allow us to do things. But that default admin account still exists on there with a default password, and we just logged in and had full access to your internal network via all the baked-in remote desktop capabilities. That says no, but what we're actually thinking is yes, just so you know. Attack review number 3. External pen test FTP server. So this was one where we had a vulnerability that was documented online. It said, hey, we know there's a known vulnerability in this FTP server, but there was no exploit code for it. The server was free. It wasn't open source, but we were able to download it and then basically reverse engineer it a little bit, find out a way to actually basically find the point of vulnerability in the server, rolled our own exploit, and then voila, we have remote code execution. So if you want to find out more about this, feel free to join me next year. Sorry, anybody who registered this year. I was too busy and everything just didn't work out too well. For the exploit development class that I am working on, still actively developing. But join me next year at BSidesOK 2021 for the exploit development class. And I swear to God, I'm going to teach this class next year. Seats are limited, so hurry. Yeah, as Josh actually put on there, sure, this is this is the end of the shameless plugs. So this attack review number 4, we got a full scope red team engagement. This is same old. We got external, internal. There's no physical on it, but we're doing some phishing. We're doing some, I hate that term, phishing. We're doing some phone call phishing and stuff like that, social engineering. Everything was really locked down, so we made some phone calls and eventually talked to some sales reps. Sales reps are fun because sometimes they want to keep you on the phone while you want to keep them on the phone and ask them tons of questions. So we sent an email after the phone call and the laced PDF and said, hey, called them back. Did you get the PDF? Yeah, we did. Okay, great. If you just take a look at the stuff that I sent you, that'd be great. And while they opened it, as soon as they opened it, it wasn't blank. It had some stuff in it, but we had access to their network. So control ideas, manage your full inventory, hardware and software. This is a really, really hard, really, really big full-time job, often for more than one person. What about your BYOD? Well, you're going to have to figure that out too. You start with your full physical inventory. You want to map your location. You want to map the serial number, the MAC address if you can, because IPs can change. especially even most people are going to a DHCP, like a reserved DHCP network anymore. And there's a lot of tools out there that can help you keep this inventory accurate. Spiceworks is good for some smaller networks and stuff. There's Landsweeper, there's Open Audit. Nmap can help just to get you started to figure out where stuff is at on your network. I don't personally endorse any of these necessarily, except for Spiceworks that I've used way back in the day, but I have no idea how it works now. These are just some ideas to get you started. Policy is key. You're going to see this referenced over and over and over and over again in this presentation, that policy is key. Having a living, breathing policy can help you greatly reduce the amount of software on the network. Okay. This is organizational policy as well as technical. So you already have acceptable use policies and stuff like that, documenting what you can and cannot have on your network. Well, your technical policies are server side. These are the ones like your group policies, your software restriction policies, that you can say, hey, this software is or is not allowed on these computers, on these laptops, these workstations, the server, etc., and it cannot run even if it is installed. Have that going. Now, again, this takes a lot of time, but can save you a ton of headache in the long run. Or you can call us here at True Digital Security. We're experts at all things IT, including inventory, and we're really good at helping develop policies. Seriously. And yeah, there's about 5 or 6 more of these plugs coming, so get ready to live. So continuous vulnerability management. Again, I'm not going to read this, but you can kind of get the idea. It's called continuous vulnerability management. Okay. It's pretty simple. So it takes several forms, but what you're looking at is you're looking at service management, vulnerability scanning, and patching. Okay. You're looking at basically killing the servers, so the services that you don't need. Okay. And making sure the services that you do need are hardened. That comes with the vulnerability scanning to find out what patches are missing, and the updates of software on a system. So once you see that there's patches missing, patch a system. It's pretty simple. Now, I know that's not always the easiest thing to do because sometimes patches can break stuff, but that's a risk. It's part of your risk profile. You figure out which way you want to move. Basically, is your risk profile, yeah, we can take a hit if a patch breaks something, or we can take a hit if we don't patch something and we get popped. Got to figure that out for each organization. And again, as I said, this is a constant cycle. Lather, rinse, repeat. Always repeat. And this joke will come up again later because, quite frankly, again, this is a constant cycle. Lather, rinse, repeat, always repeat. It's taking the first 2 controls, adding an action. So what is vulnerability management and why is it important? Well, think of vulnerability management as vulnerability inventory, except we want this item to decrease in size. So while your normal inventory and everything will actually go up as a general over time, we want to see vulnerabilities actually decrease. You want to see this number of the vulnerabilities go down. Now, that's not always possible because, quite frankly, you know, new software is developed and new bugs come out all the time. So it's kind of hard to keep up with stuff, but this is the reason it's a full-time job as well. And so broken record time, we like to take advantage of unpatched software. Think of, we watch for new CVEs. We're looking for software that we're targeting. We check for public exploits. And sometimes we have to actually just write our own exploits. So here's the attacker's view. This is an interesting one right here. Sandbox Escaper on Twitter tweeted a 0-day local privilege escalation exploit in Task Scheduler on Windows. And you can actually read the tweet. They were just upset, just done. And so Microsoft released that patch cycle 2 weeks later during the regular patch Tuesday cycle. It is CVE 2018 8440, which is the Windows ALPC elevation privilege vulnerability. You can find out more information there. But this is the stuff we're constantly looking for. Here's another one. This is a really interesting one. We actually used this at the beginning of the year. Most of the Citrix stuff has been patched. And I say most. If your organization is paying attention, it should be patched by now. Citrix disclosed a remote code execution vulnerability in the Citrix Application Gateway Controller. And so basically what that would do is it would allow an attacker, as it says, to perform remote code execution. So security researchers and malicious actors raced to create an exploit following the breadcrumbs released by Citrix explaining the vulnerability. And basically, we took the patch and kind of reverse engineered it and then tried to figure out how it all worked together. Sans honeypots on January 3rd of 2020 started detecting active exploitation. So it's not just security researchers. It was actually like illegitimate criminal hackers that were trying to exploit this and were gaining access to stuff. On January 10th, TrustedSec released a proof of concept for the exploit, and then on January 24th, Citrix released a permanent fix in the form of CVE 2019 781, and it worked, but it only works if you apply it. So here's the thing about continuous vulnerability management. This control takes place before, during, and after controls 1 and 2. You have to keep an eye on your vulnerabilities while you're building your inventory, while you're maintaining your inventory, and after inventory is done. And so continuous, as it says, is subjective, depends on several factors. Again, this kind of goes back to the implementation groups that we talked about earlier. If you're in a smaller implementation group, then continuous is going to be like, maybe we get to this every couple months or so, or you have somebody come alongside you to help you. It all depends on your available resources. Larger organizations probably have a much better time trying to develop this stuff to work with. But generally what we suggest is scans should be at least every couple of weeks. We're talking like vulnerability scans, network scans, and stuff like that. And of course, larger networks, depending on the size, can take so much longer, but still it's worth it. The key thing here to remember is vulnerability remediation is a team sport. So your control ideas, we're continuing on here. You want to prioritize your highest level, most critical vulnerabilities first. This seems kind of obvious. So if you've got like a remote code execution vulnerability somewhere, patch it. Like, you don't want to wait for somebody to exploit that, gain access to your network, and actually you didn't know that you had access to that network, or you didn't know that there was an attacker that had access to your network, did you? If you don't need the service, uninstall it. It's really simple. What we generally recommend is that you basically turn it off for a month, disable the service for about a month or so, and then see if anybody screams. And if nobody screams, uninstall the service so you don't have to worry about it ever again. And then, of course, if you have to reinstall it for some other reason, you can do it from there. Don't forget your low-level ones. Attackers, I'm telling you, we love to use these lower level exploits because we could chain them together, privilege escalate, and we've got access on your internal network. What about configuration management? See control number 5. So again, policy is a major key. It's organizational and technical, as we discussed before. Windows update's a big one. Just continually have Windows updates running. It's up to you how you want to do it, but we highly recommend that it's done over time. Or you can, again, call true about vulnerability management. You can ask Anderson sometime about ask me about vulnerability assessments t-shirt. He has one of those or 2 of them because that's kind of what he did for a long time. Control number 4, controlled use of admin privileges. I shouldn't have to explain this, so I'm not going to explain this, but control your use of admin privileges. Keep people from having admin privileges. So really, keep people from having admin privileges on their system, or domain admin, network admin, system admin, whatever. Do you really need admin all the time? I mean, I do, because, it's the easiest way for me to function in my job. But my job is to break your network. Changing all your default passwords, admin password, admin Cisco. Still see that sometimes. Admin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We see this on a lot of copiers. Admin Tomcat. You'd be really surprised how many Tomcat servers are still on the internet, open to the internet with admin Tomcat. Not kidding. Policies are key. Lather, rinse, repeat. In short, don't give everyone, or really anyone if you can help it, admin privileges. Ask simple questions before granting access. Who needs the access? What kind of access is needed? When is access needed? Why? Why do you need the access? That's a very key question. Why do you need the access? And how long do you need the access until you no longer need the access? So if you got a business case that shows that you need the access, find a way to grant it for a short time and then turn it back off. When an admin account is compromised, attackers have a field day. I love compromising admin accounts. It makes my day. It makes my job that much easier. But it also makes it that much harder because whenever you have to report on stuff like that, it just takes a lot of time. The attacker's view here. So over 80% of organizations have some form of shared administrator credentials. This is an arbitrary number, but it's just kind of been our experience that quite a bit, probably over 80, I'm guessing more like over 90, have some form of shared administrator credentials on servers, network devices, workstations, and laptops, etc. And some orgs just have users with full administrator privileges on their own system. This is bad. I like it, but to be honest, this is very, very bad, and we'll take advantage of this because a lot of times local admin we can just use that to get anywhere else we want to go. The graph is from the 2019 Verizon DBIR report showing an uptick in breaches attributed to system admins, and this is from this says 2017. Oh, okay. Well, that's 2017 at that line. And actually, you can see at 2019 at the end of that graph how it's just gone completely higher. And the breaches aren't from logic bombs or insiders, but mostly in the form of errors on the part of sysadmins. It says these are either by misconfiguring servers to allow for unwanted access or publishing data to a server that should not have been accessible by all site viewers. Please close those buckets. Again, change all your default passwords. This is why hardware and software inventory is so important, because we're going to find the stuff that IT forgot. All right, we're going to test those passwords. We're going to see if you have default passwords somewhere. For your Windows stuff, MS Labs. There's a blog post I wrote a couple of years ago called Defending Against Pass the Hash that goes over what LAPS is, how it works and everything. And then the second blog post following that is actually how you can implement it on your network. Highly recommended because it basically changes every local admin password that it touches to a unique password for that system. And you can set it to change it as often as you want. Or you can call True. And yeah, call True Digital Security. Control 5. I'm actually getting through this a lot quicker than I expected. I think me and Josh's banter kind of hampers stuff at times. He told me that I was going to go really slow on this and go until 11:30, and I told him he was wrong. Control 5. Secure configurations for servers, workstations, and mobile. Now, you might think that a lot of this is kind of redundant to a degree, and you'd be right to a degree. So again, you want to track, report, and correct security configurations of mobile, laptop, servers, workstations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It kind of fits hand in hand with it goes alongside, we'll just say, the software and hardware inventory. Okay, controls 1 and 2. And so this is where it gets a little bit harder though, because you're looking at actual configurations here. Right, you're creating and managing and you're storing the configurations. Where are you storing them at? That's a good question. Each particular organization is going to have to figure that out. I take it from Paul Asadorian, who said a long time ago on podcasts whenever I used to listen, when it was still paul.com, it's now Security Weekly. Good security is just good system administration. And so if you're doing good system administration, security will be baked in to a degree. There's certain things you have to do along the way, but it's very helpful. And it's also helpful to take it in bite-sized chunks. And so, again, policies are key. If you see the pattern, great. If you're not yet, policies are key. Let me repeat myself. Policies are key. Lather, rinse, repeat. Always repeat. Secure configurations include, and this is not exhaustive by any stretch of the imagination, this is just something for you to get started with, right? Disabling and uninstalling services. Does that sound familiar? Mobile encryption with full disk encryption. All right. We're talking like laptops and iPhones, et cetera, et cetera. Anything that goes out of your network needs to be fully encrypted. Strong encryption keys, strong encryption algorithms. That depends on what your network is. Do your own research. Change your default passwords on everything. And don't use the same password twice anywhere if you can. Configuring software to disallow certain functionality. Think of Office with macros. Think of Adobe PDF with JavaScript enabled. Secure configurations for remote desktop. Now, this is... again, do your own research on this because there's conflicting information on this, and also Bluekeep kind of, Bluekeep was an interesting vulnerability. network devices within the default or insecure SNMP community strings. If you're still using public or private, seriously? And wireless, are you using web keys? I rarely ever see web anywhere anymore. Everything's usually WPA2. Now, with that being said, you can still have bad passwords with WPA2 that's still pretty easily crackable with a pretty strong setup, or just my laptop sitting here can crack WPA2 in a matter of minutes with a really weak password that's found in a password list. So why is this important? Secure configurations, again, can stop a whole lot of attacks. Your threat landscape's changing a lot, but your secure configurations really don't. There's a lot of secure configuration locations. I think I've actually got a slide here somewhere that can give you some more resources on this. But you've got like your NIST configurations. You've got there's I can't remember them off the top of my head. I should have went through those last night, but that's okay. We'll move on. Starting with a secure configuration on a system is going to bake your security into the overall process. Now, it's not going to bake security into your entire network unless you do it on all the different systems, but at least having this as a start, and that's super important so that you can build off of it. And trying to implement security after something's been installed can make something go seriously wrong. STIGs, that's what I was trying to think of a while ago. You apply a STIG wrong, oh man, it could totally fry your system. It's unusable. You have to rebuild it from scratch, and that's going to be a pain in the butt. So maintenance over time can lead to more successful security maturity, whereas no maintenance can lead to system instability. But also, if you maintain it in the wrong way and you actually disable some of the security configurations, well, you kind of shot yourself in the foot, haven't you? And this isn't just about attacks. This is just simply about, again, good system administration. Attacks are one thing, but if you apply something wrong and it takes down your system, that's problematic, isn't it? And, well, I think we all remember how this turned out. So attackers use system misconfigurations to exploit a lot of default functionality. Again, I talk about Windows LMNR and NetBIOS over TCP. Those are two name services, basically name resolution services that Windows uses after DNS, or with DNS rather sometimes. And then we as attackers, we use a tool called Responder to get user credentials, because it's real easy. We can attack those credentials, or we can relay those credentials on particular types of networks that don't have message signing enabled, to gain access to servers or gain access to other systems that we can use that are administrator level credentials. Example 2, laptops with no full disk encryption. If you're not using full disk encryption and somebody steals your laptop, I don't have to explain what's going to happen there. It's real easy to pull that data up, and most laptops, we don't even have to crack the password to get access to the data. Just pull the hard drive out. And your default SNMP security community strings, public and private. If I have to say anything else about this, I might scream. So it's not the simplest control on this list, but it's not the most difficult. It does take a lot of time and effort. It takes a lot of human resource. It takes a lot of capital, depending on how it's implemented. All right. But like the inventory, after the initial configuration is complete, maintenance should be a whole lot easier. You get it done the first time and you maintain it properly, it'll go a whole lot easier every other time. There's several NIST and CIS benchmarks, checklists available. You got your DoD STIGs, you got OpenSCAP, you got your CIS hardened images, which are cloud-based services, which is another thing you need to be incorporating into your inventory, right? Your inventory for your hardware and your software needs to include all sorts of cloud-based services. It's something I didn't cover earlier, but it's simply something you need to do. We can make these slides available to you so that you can check out more of these resources later. This is this checklist, benchmarks, hardened images, the STIGs from the DoD, and OpenSCAP, which is I forget, it's something along the lines of either the STIGs or the CIS benchmarks. I can't remember off the top of my head, but you can do more research on that later. It's kind of in between. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Or you can call us here at True. I swear there's just one more of these. So audit logs. Now this was Josh's joke, insert lumberjack joke. And I got to be honest with you, it's one of my favorites because that's pretty great. Audit logs. Come on. Collect, manage, and analyze audit logs of events that help detect, understand, or recover from an attack. Honestly, this applies to more than just attacks, but we're primarily focused on that from the attacker's viewpoint. I did say this definition because, quite frankly, this is a really fantastic definition. So logs are everywhere. You've got Windows event logs, you've got IIS logs, Apache logs, sys logs. You got your logs that you use for wood, etc. Logs are critical to everything. Logs are critical for your system security. They're not only from attacks, but also from system and application failure, which is an important part of uptime. So what happened? Why did it happen? How did it happen? When did it happen? All of this information is super, super duper important. But there's a lot of logs to keep track of. How do we keep track and monitor all of them? There's so many. Windows logs alone have over 400 types of event IDs. Okay. What about SharePoint, SQL Server, MySQL, Oracle, Exchange, Linux syslog, Apache, IIS, Nginx, the works, so on and so forth. You got to keep track of all of this stuff. My goodness, how do you keep track of that? It's hard. So the biggest problem is finding the resources to manage the logs properly. Enter the SIM. All right, I feel like we need to have an Enter the Dragon here or something. I don't know. Security Information and Event Management Platform. It's a centralized log and analysis, log management and analysis tool. Basically, this is a giant server, if you will, that has a lot of data capacity on it that will take in and ingest all these logs and do event correlation. You're looking at stuff like Splunk, or you're looking at stuff like there's other ones out there that I can't think of. Alien Vault. Tons of other SIMs out there that do a lot of this stuff. And log management and analysis, as it says here, is a full-time job. Even in small organizations, you have a ton of logs all the time that you have to keep track of. But SIMs can greatly reduce that effort and management because they do a lot of the tracking and a lot of the correlation for you. However, it requires a lot of tuning in the beginning and a lot of maintenance while it's running. So you got your storage of logs. It's got to be in a safe and secure location. They shouldn't be alterable by an attacker. An attacker should not be able to access it. Basically, all the logs are doing is coming in and being stored there. There should be no way to alter these in any way, because an attacker can include somebody internal to your network that's an employee of yours that want to change something that they shouldn't have done that you could have seen. All right, and this is where tuning comes in. This is, you gotta have to cut out that noise to get the best signal, and noise is unnecessary logs, and unnecessary logs are going to depend on whatever you deem as unnecessary on your network. So monitoring, this is super important. Someone is checking those logs are coming in and flowing properly, right? Someone's watching the logs and making sure that each individual server, or the majority of your servers, or however you guys have it set up, at least that they're still coming in. And you notice when something is not coming in. That's odd. We should go check that out. Now you have analysis, log correlation. How do they tell a story? Each log, whenever they're just in one piece, yeah, you can use that sometimes to figure out what's actually happening with the system, why it's not working. But a lot of the times, whenever you're looking at the logs, if you're looking at one log, you got, okay, nothing. But once you expand that out, you start seeing several hundred, thousands of logs. Yeah, it's a lot of data to take in, but you can follow the connect the dots and figure out how something happened, and that's what's important. You can follow those patterns, show how the attacks or a system failure progressed, and the proper log analysis can show an entire attack chain. So real-time proper analysis can lead to faster incident response. You can go from months or years of knowing that something happened to days or hours or seconds. The idea is that this control is not really focused on attacks. It's focused on detecting attacks. As Dr. Eric Cole says, and I used to be a SANS mentor for this class that he wrote, prevention is ideal, but detection is a must. Detection is a must, and detection far too often goes unnoticed or noticed too late. This is why you have months or years of attackers being on a network that nobody knows they're even there until it's far too late. However, when detection is early enough, prevention can succeed. Hey, look, that lather, rinse, repeat. Always repeat, Homer J. So install a SIM, tune the SIM, tune your network and devices to then log to the SIM, tune the SIM and network again. Lather, rinse, repeat, always repeat. Lather, rinse, repeat, always repeat. Broken record time. And then watch those logs come in and get alerts when something looks suspicious. Yeah, I read that entire slide, but quite frankly, that's the best way to explain it. Or again, you can call True Digital Security. Now, I'm not going to lie, this is one of the more important slides because we actually have an entire SOC devoted to doing this type of thing for our clients. And we'll be glad to help you with anything, including all kinds of audits, auditing logs, logging audits, and logging audit logs and logged audits. So if you're still here with me, I really appreciate it. I love you guys. You made it. So are you looking to get a head start on the CIS control number 20? If you don't know what that is, that's penetration test and red team exercises. That's what I do, and that's what we love to do. So maybe you're ahead of the game. Maybe you completed all the different basic and foundational controls and everything, and you're just looking to get directly to control 20, or quite frankly, you just have that little checkbox that you need to get taken care of. We're glad to help you with that. Our sales response is, we'll be glad to meet your control objectives. My response is, yes, please let me attack your network because I want to see how far I can get because I love my job and I'm really, really good at it. So thanks for joining me today, everybody. We really appreciate it that you came to this talk. I cannot believe that I actually made this talk in like 45 minutes or less. This is the craziest thing that I've done in a while. I'm sure that everybody's going to be giving me grief here in a little bit for going so soon and being so long on my other talks. But remember, everybody, tip your waiter as you leave. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Oh, hey, my slashback video thing's on there. That's awesome. Probably. Let's see if I can turn that off real quick. You guys are still seeing me. Hang on. Man. Thank you so much, everybody, for getting into the track and talking about the stuff that I was unfamiliar with, like OpenSCAP. I remember that back in like February whenever I did it, but I cannot for the life of me remember it now. I'm going to turn this back over to John real quick, hopefully, if I can figure out how to get out of Zoom. Thanks, everybody, for joining us.
All right.
There we go.
All right. Thank you, Aaron. We're going to pause for a moment and change out speakers. Be right back. Hello. Good afternoon. Talk again. Hey, this is Austin. Here talking for your pleasure.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, sure, no problem. I'm guessing you're on that, right?
I was gonna say I can just leave I can leave my mic. Okay, let's do that. I can leave my mic open for you. Can you hear it all through that? I don't need to hear.
Well, we're waiting.
Okay.
If you haven't, remember to go to
All right.
tech on Slack, some great conversations going on there.
Trying to-
Hello.
I'll tell you, the team is amazing. Nathan, Carrie, Chris, Aaron, John, they made it possible. Pedro, I'm missing some people, but we have some heavy hitters.
All right, thanks a lot, Sean.
And I'd like to resound that.
All right.
Okay, just about done.
And participate if you have questions. Well, no, yeah, you're welcome.
And welcome to the 11 o'clock track 3 here at B-Sides Oklahoma 2020. We're glad to have you with us. A couple of reminders, swag, if you've not gone out and updated your Eventbrite registration, please do that and add the swag ticket so we can have an email address, snail mail address, send that stuff. We do not have a fleet of quadcopters just yet, so we'll have to rely on the mail guys and girls. Lunch, install the Uber Eats app and go to tiny.si/BSOK to participate in that. Slack, please join the conversation. We had some really good conversation with Aaron's chat, and we'll be watching that. And any questions you have, just ask through that, and we'll get that to our speaker. And next up, then that Slack is out at slack.techlahoma.org. And finally, our CTF, it's out at hashtag BSidesOK-CTF. And please help me welcome our next speaker, Austin Gossmeyer. Austin.
Hey guys, it's really good to see you all today. So hopefully you can see my terminal here just fine. And sorry if the speaking and the video doesn't quite sync up. Running Zoom on Linux does present its own challenges. So today we're going to be talking about tmux. I'm not. Let's see. How about that? Excellent. All right. Now that we have the technical issues ironed out here, we're going to be talking about tmux and terminal sharing and what that can mean for you and your administration/security needs. So what is terminal multiplexing? So I don't know about any of y'all, but before I learned about this, I used to have a dozen or more terminal windows open, and I had long-running processes in some. I was tailing files, had a couple of those. I had like maybe a web server up and running because I was pulling files for my security usages, and I just got really frustrated with how that all ended up working out. And so I went looking for a solution, and tmux was it. So what tmux allows us to do is basically to have a client server model to run multiple terminals. And I'll explain that in greater detail as we go forward. So let's just go ahead and start tmux. We're going to provide the argument that we're going to do a new session, and we're going to name it BSidesOK.
And then we'll just run that. So we dropped in here. The only thing that changed is we now have this bar down at the bottom that gives us some information. BSidesOK is the name of the session, which is the entire enchilada. We have just one window, 0, and it has automatically applied the name bash, and the star indicates that we are currently on that window. The name on my box and the time date is over here on the right. All of these are configurable if you want to get down into that. So what do I mean when I say session? So I'm going to type the modifier Control B and then D. I'll explain that in greater detail in just a moment. And then we're going to do ls. So I have 3 sessions running. One is named the number 2, one is BSidesOK, and the other one is named number 1. So we're going to attach to the A is shorthand for attach. We can also type it longhand, T for the target, and we're going to reconnect to BSidesOK. So this is right where we left it, and we can echo hello BSides. So if I drop out here and then I tmux attach to 2, I don't see that. That's because these are completely different sessions and we see different views from inside each one of them. So I can then echo number 2, and we'll leave that. And we'll come back to that later. All right, so we're going to reattach to the first session, to BSides. Okay. Okay, so we now have sessions. The next thing that we need to talk about is what's called the prefix. So by default, tmux uses the Control B key, and then you type whatever action you want to happen. So in this case, I typed the % to split my window in half. So now I have 2 panes inside this window. Now, if I wanted to create another window, I could do prefix Control B, and then I could do C to create a new window. So as you can see down here in the bar, we now have 0 that is bash and 1 that is bash, and then the star indicating that this is the current window that I'm viewing. So if I run what's something so let's do tail var log. What's something that's going to be busy? Debug should work fine. Okay, so we're going to leave that running. Okay, so we have that running in that window. And so if we jump back, so we can do whatever commands we have here. You're pounding away with nmap, scanning things. You know, that's just that's not going to be a long running task. But if you have something that's going to be running for a while, we can detach from this and then attach to another session. So if we did tmux a T1, so then we're back into a new session. We now only have the single window that is bash. So we are lacking all of that state that we left from the last one. So how do you kill a session? Now that we've learned to attach and detach to get rid of one. You can either close all of the windows inside of a session. So if you just exit, that means that the session 1 has gone away. There was no windows left inside of it. So tmux went ahead and got rid of the entire session. The other way that you can get rid of it is if we do tmux kill dash sesh, T for target, and then do number 2. That now got rid of our number 2. So we should just have BSidesOK remaining. So let's go ahead and attach. Since we only have one tmux session, I can just do tmux A and it will automatically fill in because there's no other targets for me to be attaching to. Okay, so we've done session management. We've created, we've listed, we've detached, we've killed them. We have the option to, if we do prefix and then $, we can rename this session. So we can do BSides Oklahoma 2020. And as you can see, it just shortens it because it doesn't want to keep pushing my windows off, but this session is now named BSidesOK 2020. So if what you originally named a session, you end up changing it later, your needs or what you're just using it for changes, it's easy to go ahead and rename those. Now, by the same token, we can go ahead and rename windows and jump around between them. So let's go ahead and do that some. So we're going to go ahead and create a couple more windows just to make this easy to show off here. So we'll do echo 4. Then we'll do prefix, and then the numbers that are in front of these allows us to automatically jump back to them. So if I press 0, I'm going to immediately jump back to our original window. So let's go ahead and jump back to 4, and then we can do prefix N to go back to the last one, prefix Control B, and P to go to the previous. So if I do that again, you can see that we've jumped to window 3. Let's see. To rename a window, you do prefix, comma, and then that allows you to rename this. So we will name this one fun. Let's go to prefix N to jump to the next one. So we're now in window 4. So we'll rename this one not fun. Okay, so now let's jump back to Windows 0 to go here. So earlier I did prefix %, to split it vertically, which I can keep doing that until we get to just crazy, entirely unuseful levels of division where it's hard to read that. But that's okay, because sometimes you may need to adjust how this is going. And we have several different options inside tmux of how to organize these. So the easiest, if you just need to get information from this one on the right, you can press prefix, then hold the control key and press the arrow, and it's going to drag it out and squish the other ones if I just need to temporarily look at what's going on in this window. On the other hand, I can press prefix spacebar, and it's going to auto sort them for me. And if you continue to press that, it will intelligently try several different options in order to figure out what you really want. So let's say on this case, I was looking at a log message up here in the top window. So we're viewing something, but I only want to see a few lines of it. So if I press Control B and then hold the control, I can go ahead and move this up and give that less screen real estate, but still allow me to be able to use these other windows running whatever I'm running. So Metasploit or whatever else I'm attempting to do inside of this window. So let's say that you're really deep into this and suddenly Metasploit pops up that it found something interesting and you really want to look at this one screen in the middle. And so you can Control B and control and like make it bigger, but that's a really tedious option and you don't want to mess up the layout that you've set up previously. What we can do is we can do prefix Z and it will pop it out into a full screen. And this is just a temporary. If I go ahead and press prefix Z again, it drops it right back to where we had, and we can continue the testing that we had been working on. So getting rid of panes. So panes disappear when you go ahead and exit the process. It just auto cleans that up, and then it doesn't do any sort of intelligent sorting. To fix this, we'd have to do the other ways we learned of rearranging the windows in order to clean it up. So unfortunately, it's not quite that clever. So the other way of getting rid of a window is we can go ahead and do prefix ampersand, and that kills this entire window. So it will get rid of everything in here. All 5 of those panes will disappear. So if I go ahead and do that, you can see that 0 has disappeared down here, and we now just have 1 through 4. So to kill a pane by itself, let me see here. Rearrange. I believe it's just Control V, Z. Yeah, Z to delete that. Okay, what else do we want to show here? Oh, this is important. So let's say you're working inside of a split like this, and what you want to do is take a pane and move it to a window. So I have a bunch of important information here, and I want to pull that out into its own window so I can then expand. Like I found a finding or something interesting, I want to dig into it more, and I want the ability to make that entire window its own individual unit. So if I go ahead and press prefix and then exclamation mark, you can see that it has gone ahead and backfilled the 0 and moved the important pane into its own window. And that way we can go ahead and divide this up as we like in order to dig further into that finding or whatever we're looking at. Let's see here real quick. Other things to show. Okay, so let's jump back a moment into sessions. So this all of these panes and windows are all running in this session. What makes detach so important? Why is this so powerful? And one of the main things people think of whenever they think of tmux and the utility it brings to them. So if you're SSH'd into a box and you are running things, and for whatever reason, you shut your laptop, the power, you had a network drop, the SSH connection closed itself. All of your processes inside that SSH session terminate. You lose the data if they haven't finished and written to a file somewhere. All of that is gone. What tmux allows us is, because it's a server client setup, the server is running wherever you invoke it. So if I SSH into somewhere first and then run tmux, when I reconnect my SSH session and then I reattach to my tmux, everything is exactly how I left it. And so that is a really powerful ability that has saved my bacon more than once for sure, just because you never know what's going to happen. Let's see. Do we have any questions, John?
I haven't not seen, sir.
Gotcha. Let's see. Okay, well, I think that's it for the basics of tmux. I do have a couple other things I wanted to show you all. So I guess we can go ahead and jump right into that. Okay, so if we jump out of tmux for a second here, I want to talk about a tmux fort. It's called Teammate, and you can find it at teammate.io. This is a super useful tool, which we will go ahead and show off here. Basically, what this does is it allows you to work with other people a lot easier. And it saves you from having to create a user and allowing them to SSH into your box. Sometimes that is more difficult to accomplish if you're behind NAT firewalls that you don't control. What Teammate does is it reaches out to this server. You can host your own, or you can use the one that Teammate, the open source project, provides. And basically what it does is it gives a DNS name that you can SSH to that then connects you back to the local session. So if I go ahead. Oh, it's not finding my keys. Okay. A little bit of live troubleshooting here for y'all. Okay, so as you can see at the bottom, we get told SSH blah 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 .teammate.io. If you all connect to that, you will connect to my box. I will be shutting this down temporarily, so don't try. But we can do teammate show sessions. I have that command wrong here. Show messages. So if for some reason that you did not capture it when it was down at the bottom, this gives you web SSH. It also allows you to have read-only sessions. So it makes it a little easier to share your TMUX session if you want to remote debug or your pair programming, or the sky's the limit on how you want to use that. If you don't want to install Teammate, you don't want to run your own server, you don't want to trust them, there is a kind of workaround to using TMUX, but it's a little bit more involved. So if I go TMUX LS, I still have a window. So if I do a full view, you can see that I have a client and server log. And at the moment, they're in my personal home directory, Austin. I'm the only one that can read and write to them. So if I allow somebody else to SSH into my box, they cannot attach to this TMUX session. But if I, either in my TMUX config or on startup, you can pass in all sorts of params on how to use it, and you can change the socket path. And so if I do TMUX s temp, then I have to give it a name. So I need to do new, and then target new. Is that just a lowercase size? Let's see here. Of course, I tested this all earlier, and now it's not working. Well, apparently I'm not going to figure that out live for you, but it is possible. There's plenty of tutorials out there that will allow you to run it. Yes, I am paying respects to the demo gods. I did not bleed enough apparently last night, and you can host your own Teammate server. I don't see a reason why you would have a problem hosting it in AWS. That being said, I've not tried. I have my own server out there, and that's what I've used in the past. So I don't imagine AWS would stop you, but if it does, don't blame me. Sorry, I can't be more helpful in regards to the specific of that one. All right, so I have one more thing I want to share with you guys, and I'm going to go ahead and change what screen I'm sharing. So let's see here. All right, so there's also one more project that I didn't really have time in my talk to get around to, but it's called TMUXinator. So after you've used TMUX for a while, your general use cases are going to start showing of how you use TMUX. And it can be kind of annoying to have to, get everything set up, and you split it the same ways every time, and you run the same commands, and I mean, you got it pixel perfect, or exactly how you want it to look. And you're like, I don't really want to do that every time. TMUXinator is the answer to your woes. So what TMUXinator lets you do is you can script out entirely how you want your TMUX sessions to begin. And it lets you do everything. Here I am using TMUX bindings in Firefox. That doesn't work. So it will let you name the session however you want. So let's say you're doing Ruby development every time. So you want the entire thing to be named Ruby. You have your Windows, You have one for like logs, you have one for Rails. However you have it set up, it allows you to script that. And so you just invoke a single tmux command, you pass in the config that you want, and then it will go ahead and load that all up for you the same every time, on time, all the time. So I know that I'm pushing up on the edge of my speaking slot here, and I wanted to give one last shout out if anybody had any questions, anything in particular I did not address, anything of the sort. John's looking for me here. Doesn't look like it. All right, guys, I will be in the Slack if you do think of anything else later, or you just want to jibber jabber about command line tools. I'm happy to talk about my obsession. Thank you for spending the time today listening to me, and hope to see you guys around the rest of B-Sides. Have a good one.
All right, thank you, Austin. And bear with us as we get changed up for our next speaker.
Okay, so I'm here. All right, John, would you like me, you think it's better to wait for 11:30? Okay, so I'm here.
Wasn't sure if you could hear me at this point or not.
I can hear you.
Outstanding. So I'm going to go ahead and, are you able to? Okay. Okay. All right, Alex, I told you you're clear to go ahead and start. I'm going to do my quick announcements. And so as we get closer to 11:50, I've got a vendor speak. I've got to do at 11:50.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I want to go ahead and jump us into video. And there's me. And I'm going to do my talk, and then I will turn control over to you. Thank you. You
Okay.
good? Feeling good?
Yep.
You got this. All right.
Thanks.
So, all right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you joining us, Alex. This is the 11:30 Track 3 talk here at B-Sides, Oklahoma, 2002, 2020. If you want to add all the significant figures there. Swag, a reminder, update your Eventbrite registration to add the swag ticket. And lunch, be sure and install the Uber Eats app if you want to do the lunch discount. Go to tiny.sa/BSidesOK. And also join the conversation we've got going on in the Slack, slack.techlahoma.org. It's a great place to be to enjoy the conversation. And our CTF, don't forget that. BSidesOK-CTF is our hashtag. And now for our 11:30 talk will be Alex. Alex, all yours.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity, and I appreciate everybody joining in to watch the talk. All right, so I'm going to share my presentation 1 second, or share my screen, because we're going to be doing kind of a bit of a demo along with what's here. Okay, so I'm Alex Bliskowka. I do security operations for Williams. That's all that I really can say about myself. If you want to know more, look me up on LinkedIn. Okay, so my talk, script your phishing mailbox process with PowerShell and Office 365. Really, it's 30 minutes isn't enough. We're just getting started, getting our feet wet, showing you what's possible. Okay, so what do I mean by phishing mailbox? Okay, it's you get emails that come into your secure email gateway. They get filtered, they get to the users. The users, well, stuff gets through. So they report it to security. Security then has to analyze it. And so the whole point of the talk is let's help that guy out, whoever or gal is working on reviewing those phishing items. Okay, let's get some stats just so you can feel a little bit of the pain that that particular individual has to deal with. Over the last 30 days, we have processed 2,281 total messages that were submitted to the phishing mailbox. Of those, 941, and actually the second option, also, sorry, one moment, that 372 under auto triage, that's all spam messages. It's just the auto triage category is specific to duplicate spam messages that were already found by a script in the spam folder and then migrated. So you have one individual sending a whole bunch of messages to a whole list of users, and you get like 30 copies of the same message just from different recipients. And then like actual phishing messages that we found in there were about 82 out of 2,281. So there's a lot of clutter. There's a lot of other stuff that the analyst has to look through, and that can honestly be very draining, especially when you're seeing 311 reports about a benefits update in the last month, and having to explain to users that this is legitimate, this is a benefits update, it's okay. So, and 239 other legitimate emails. So let's get into the good stuff. First off, just a couple quick resources. There's the PowerShellGallery.com. It's just a website that Microsoft hosts where people have uploaded their PowerShell scripts and just share them for the public. So that's a good resource to just poke around, see what's out there, get a script that's already working and just let you tweak it. I also wanted to mention this second option. I'm just going to tab over to it. If you will just search PowerShell Learning in DuckDuckGo or Google or whatever your search engine of preference is, Microsoft has a whole section devoted to just explaining and teaching PowerShell. So they've got a blog. The Hey Scripting Guy one has been really beneficial to me in kind of my journey. There's videos. If you want a textbook, they have a whole textbook uploaded in here for your reading pleasure. If you don't care for that, then again, YouTube or whatever your method of choice is, it's all available. But this is here, it's free, it's developed by Microsoft or in working with Microsoft. So that's available for you if you want to learn more about PowerShell. Up next, another resource that you want to be aware of is the get member commandlet. If you have any kind of object, anything in a variable, you could pipe it using this little little pipe symbol to get member, and you can get a type name for it. If you have a type name, then you can look up Microsoft's very wonderful class definitions page. So you can see here, I've piped a mail object. It's an email in PowerShell to get member. It's part of the email message class, and I can see everything I can do or call on that particular message. So I can see date time created, date time received. I can see flags associated with it. I can see who it's from. I can download attachments from it if it has an attachment. So lots and lots of options for working and messing with a particular email. Another side note is Exchange Web Services, the API that you would be downloading and using to do this sort of thing, has many other options dealing with Office 365. You can see over here on the left-hand side, not just limited to email. You could be messing with calendar entries, contacts, reminders, all sorts of stuff in here. So that's, if you're interested in that sort of thing, it's available. But for our talk, we're going to mess a little bit with email. So, whoop, wrong. Okay. Next, here's just a quick, you can hook into the Outlook client to go ahead and manipulate email in the Outlook client. However, that's not suggested, it's buggy. I've found that sometimes just random variables lose track of the objects that you've put into them. So it's better not to use this method. But if it's what is available to you, then feel free to get in there, get started. It also limits it to just what's on your computer. You don't have to get permission from somebody. You don't have to connect to Office 365. You don't need extra permissions. Up next is the Exchange Web Services client. It's a quick download, install. There's a wizard. You just go through it. We've got the link here. I've also shared this presentation on LinkedIn. I've also got a GitHub repo that I'll drop it into and share the link in the chat. So again, I'm just going to skip past this code. We're going to look at it later. Really, it's just you're downloading the client. You're telling the PowerShell where to look for the client. You're telling it to load the methods in the client, and then you're starting to access some of those methods. You're calling a service. You're telling the service to point to Office 365. You're creating a credential for it so that you can authenticate to Office 365. And then we can get started doing some stuff with that. So again, I've already talked about this. If you use Get Member, you can see what you're playing with and all the different options on how you can affect it. Up next, here's some suggestions, some things we're using it for. You can do whatever you can dream of, and if it's possible in PowerShell, of course. So right now, what we're doing is we are scanning our phishing mailbox with just an index of any email that has already been reviewed by an analyst and dropped into our spam category folder. Anything that matches with a duplicate subject, we're automatically clearing out of, well, actually every 10 minutes, we're clearing it out of the inbox. So we're reducing rework so that the analyst can focus on new messages. You could also, there are response methods available from the mail message object. So you can send auto replies based on where that object is located. So if there's an email that's been dropped in spam, every 10 minutes or so, you can have a script go in there, pull all the emails that have been put in there for the last 10 minutes and respond with a message. So this has been classified as spam. It responds back with, hey, this isn't unsafe. It's just spam, maybe undesirable, but it's okay to handle it. And then you can do the same thing for legitimate messages with a subfolder for legitimate email or for phishes or what have you. You can also use some regex to, again, check the email headers for, say, it's tax time and you know which server is sending your W-2 notifications from. You can make a little script that will look at emails, look for regex header that has the email server address that you'll be getting those from, and you can do auto responses. We're actually not using it for that now. We'd like to, or I'd like to. It might be very convenient. Again, also, you can, if you use like an email link proxy, like we use Proofpoint Tap, you can look for and strip out the URL rewriting so that the analyst doesn't have to go into the Tap portal or whatever portal you're using, convert the link, and then do analysis. You can just do it all from PowerShell and all from one place. So let's get into PowerShell ICE, the IDE, and let's do a couple of little demos or exercises. So I've essentially just copied and pasted the code from the EWS Exchange Web Services slide right here. So the next section is new, but that's just a copy. I've already got my credential in here. I'm not gonna re-enter it for you guys. So even though it's hidden in all that, but I'm gonna skip that part. So up next, we want to declare the folder we're going to be accessing. So there's this mailbox variable. I just got our phishing mailbox in there. And then the well-known folder name is the inbox or the calendar or the deleted items. Any new folders, you're gonna have to do a search for. That's actually what I'm doing here. I'm looking for up to 30 folders within using the find folders method of the EWS service. And so actually I'm gonna execute that. So here we go. executing. Okay, so that doesn't show anything, but in the background, it's communicating. Retrieving the folders or generating the views that will help me to retrieve the folders. And then for your viewing pleasure, phishing, hang on, what's the name of that? Phishing inbox folders. Did I not declare that yet? My bad. Okay. So service credentials, okay. And one moment. I do have a little more code right here for that sort of thing. Actually, I'm going to call this, and then I need to put it back in there and correct it. So I'm going to call that. We're looking for a folder in the using the service and its connection to the inbox where the display name is test. So we're assigning that to a variable, and I don't have a parent folder ID or folder ID. Wonderful. Okay. Let me call this. I swear I tested this before. It was working. Okay. So again, wow, okay, I'm going to purge this and then run it from scratch. So I'm doing my variables, starting over, and then let me run this again. This is running against my mailbox now, so I can't get your count or a fresh count of what's in my email, but that's okay. So the option I commented out earlier is prompting me for a login. Okay, here we go. And then once again, I'm going to execute these. This is the point of this particular one is to grab a particular message and play with it a little bit. So, all right, I've essentially looked in the phishing inbox for all of its items using the find items method, and I've looked for an object that is titled BSides test. So, and then I've expanded the property set. So you'll have a subject, you'll have recipient, you'll have sent, but if you don't define a property set, you won't be able to get headers or the message text. So here's my mail message. It's just spits out all the good stuff, all the information. You've got HTML formatting in here. So if you're gonna pull that out and like put it into a digest or something, you're gonna have to strip that HTML out of it. You've got message headers right there, if that's what you want. You also have a internet message ID, so that if you want to like go back and fiddle with the message, you can do that by designating its ID. So I want to send you or show you the body of the message. Since it's a rich text message or HTML, then there's a text body variable, but you can't call it, or you want to call the body.text. So here I've got a message where I forward it for myself because I accidentally sent it to my personal email. And then, yeah, I've got that data. But I've got the subject right here. So there we go. I'm actually going to try to change the subject. So let me do that, equals, and doing this, caps lock, doing this live. Yay. Okay. And you actually have to update that. Well, it wants to know how it's going to process errors if there's a conflict. So I responded true to whatever that response is going to be. So mail message.subject is doing this live. For your wonderful viewing pleasure, I created a subfolder called test, where we're going to drop that message into, and you can see that the subject is different. So mail message dot, well, first I need to hook the folder. So I need to declare a folder view. So tell the service to look for the folder. So there we go. And then I need to do the actual method of looking. And then I can go back to my mail message. I can call move. And then I call my test folder dot ID. Oh, yeah. And you can look up what's required to call the method. So if I look for move, oh. So you need move and folder ID. Otherwise, it's going to throw an error, but I've already seen the error. So anyway, so I've got the folder, I've got the folder ID. I call it, great. I got a response, not an error. And then I'm going to toggle over to Outlook, and there you go. We've got an email. The email is no longer the subject that it was. It is now my custom subject. So if you want to, I don't know, leave nasty messages for people in working the phishing mailbox, you can do that too. You can say mail message dot subject equals this is still pending. So you're going to have, I mean, we just leave them unread until we work them. But if you're going to have some automated actions running on those messages, you're going to want to update the subject, or you can even update the body of the message where you actually show some output. And then same process that I did earlier. I'm just going to call update. Oh, okay, I need to read that mail folder and the items again, so I can modify and pass that particular message back to it. But say you just want to call some activity on the test folder, you can do that from here. Test folder dot items. Well, it's actually test folder dot find items. Up to 100. Sorry. There you go. And any items you've got in there are going to show up. You do actually have to call the service to be able to modify them. So you can't just tinker with just the folder, because it's a temporary object on your computer, not actually what's out there. I'm actually going to go back to this one where we're going to tinker some more with the folders that we have there. So I've already declared a folder view. I need to get the folders. So one moment. Let's see, we got about 15 minutes left. Kind of unfortunate that I did not prepare this better for you. Okay, so phishing inbox, we want to find folders, not find items. And that's misspelled. And I'm going to call that now. Okay, so, and actually I forgot to null that so that I don't have junk in there. And then let me call that again. So I can get a total count for you, see how many folders I've got in there. It's pointing to my inbox, so that's not very much, but let me see what shows up. So I've got conversation history, and I've got that test subfolder. If I was going to do, let me call this, where I'm calling my, not my email inbox, but the inbox that I have access to. And again, I'm going to upload these for you guys or gals, so you know what it looks like. Let me make sure I've got that in there. Mail address. Nope, I don't have anything in mailbox mailbox address. Change this. Let me declare that. So, but the point is, I'm just messing around in here now, but there's a lot you can do with PowerShell, messing around with messages, folders. You can get counts, you can move things around, you can modify it. You can do analysis on it if you want. So we got folder ID, that's the message right there. And then I'm going to look for the folders. Where are my folders? Okay, so I'm going to look for phishing inbox. That should have my find folders. Okay, maybe we're somewhere now. Yeah, that's more like it. Okay, so anyway, phishing inbox.total count. We've got a whole bunch of folders in here. I want to show you the subjects of them or the name. Select object where it's display name. I shouldn't have called total count. My bad.
Yeah.
Oh, I can show you. We're running out of time.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got to get my next guy in.
No problem.
I'm very grateful to you, sir. That's awesome stuff. We are going to have that material available. You said you had a LinkedIn and you had a GitHub, and we'll make sure that those are both available to our audience.
That sounds great. Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you, everybody,
Alex,
for your time.
Thank you so much.
Have a good one.
All right. You as well, sir.
Thank you.
And bear with me just a moment while we change out for our next sponsor presentation.
Chris, I'm gonna show your video. I'm on here too much. I know you want to hide your face. Sweetie, I gotta tell you, you're a terrible cameraman. Can we make a goat?
Mr. Price, are you ready, sir?
I am.
Awesome, thank you. I see your screen is sharing, so I'm going to go ahead and begin our presentation. For track 3, we want to, this is one of our vendors, Stinnett & Associates, has been a staunch supporter of BSides Oklahoma. In fact, they're taking care of our Zoom and they're helping us take care of our sponsorship this year. So thank you to Mr. Jeremy Price for joining us. And, Mr. Price, would you like to tell us a little bit about Stinnett & Associates?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. First of all, we just want to definitely say thank you to BSides, all the sponsors, and especially the organizers. You guys have done a really amazing job. Jordan was really good this morning in his keynote. And, it's just really great to see the community be able to come together with these difficult times. Moving this to virtual, I know was a lot of work. Chris Wall, who's one of the organizers, works with Stinnett, and I've seen all the tremendous work that you guys have put into it, and I just really applaud you guys for that. It's been a really good experience so far, and looking forward to all the sessions in the afternoon. So, real quick, I want to give you kind of a background on Stinnett & Associates. My name, again, is Jeremy Price. Many of you in the Tulsa area, at least, are familiar with Stinnett & Associates, but for those that are not, we're a professional services firm. We were started in around 2001. We're very proud of the fact that we are a certified women business enterprise based here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We also have offices in Denver, Oklahoma City, Dallas, San Antonio, and Houston. So we service a lot of energy clients. That's kind of the energy corridor, if you will, from north to south. But we do offer a wide array of services. Some of the examples might include internal audit, Sarbanes-Oxley, vendor risk management, business continuity and disaster recovery. But most importantly, what you guys probably all care about is our data privacy and cybersecurity services. So, recently we began growing our cybersecurity portfolio. We've been doing cybersecurity for 14, 15 years at Stinnett, but it's really ramped up a lot, I'd say, in the last 6 years. And just recently, we've begun including red team security testing as part of that portfolio. So I'm going to jump to the next slide. This just gives you kind of an idea. It's just a snapshot. You can only fit so many logos on a page, but some of the clients of ours that we've been providing professional advisory services to in the data privacy and cybersecurity realm. We've got obviously some clients that don't allow us to publish their logos, so it's definitely a larger clientele than this. But this just gives you an idea of some of the large corporations that we work with. We've got, one of the folks listed on here is even in the Fortune 50. So we do very large projects down to very small projects. We just wrapped up a project not too long ago that was well over 1,000 hours. So we've got a breadth of knowledge within Stinnett that allows us to bring a unique perspective to cybersecurity, data privacy, and even reaching over into like business process, accounting functions, and things of that nature. So I know there's a lot on this slide and it's kind of small print, but as you can see, this lists out some of the technology services specifically that Stinnett is engaged in with our clients. We were born out of the internal audit type shop. So we're very good at controls. Controls are really the heart at what Stinnett builds everything off of. So, we understand risk assessments. That's in our blood. We're very good at IT general control assessments. We can do cybersecurity reviews, business continuity, and disaster recovery. We've got over 14 people that are certified in business continuity and disaster recovery in the firm. We can dig into things such as HIPAA, cloud security assessments, IT governance, policies, procedures. And like I said, we've just got a wide array of individuals at Stinnett with over 100 folks on the team, ranging from accounting, business process. We've got engineers, and speaking from more like a mechanical engineer perspective, people that understand the oil and gas industry deeply. We just spent some time with our industrial control specialists out, following the pipeline supply chain or the oil and gas supply chain from wellhead all the way to delivery of liquid natural gas onto ships in the Gulf. So we can look at PLCs. We can do a ton of different types of services for your organization. But as I mentioned, we also have gotten a little bit deeper into kind of that red team aspect. And this is one of the things that we're most excited about. Chris Wall, who's participating in a couple of the talks and is one of the organizers, is with Stinnett. And he really brought us to another level with his knowledge of both network penetration testing as well as dynamic and static application security testing. So now Stinnett has the full capabilities to provide any of those red team type exercises. We've got experts in firewalls, many certifications within our group. And our Stinnett team is about 20 to, I guess we're about 23 strong within the IT audit / professional services group. So we would love to speak to anybody that would like to learn more about Stinnett and what we can provide for you. Again, we're very honored to be a sponsor today. I don't want to take up anybody else's time. I know that you guys probably want to grab some of that Uber lunch. So I do appreciate you taking the time to listen to a little bit about Stinnett. Feel free to reach out to us. You can go to stinnett-associates.com to get more information. And again, thank you, B-Sides. This has so far been a really great experience. One of the first full virtual conferences I've attended. With that, I will turn it back over.
Thank you, sir. We sure appreciate you and appreciate your sponsorship, and thank you for loaning us Chris Wall. He's been an amazing asset here at B-Sides and has really helped us up our game as well. So again, thank you for your sponsorship. And,
I don't know. I just thought that was, I didn't need anything else.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
We make calls after you screw up.
Oh, God, Nick, you may have to save us. I don't, we gotta start.
You almost ready?
We may have to start this talk early.
All right, hold on.
I got 2 more minutes.
What does Batman say to Robin
Nice.
when they wanted to get in the car?
So, hello, this is track 3 of B-Sides Oklahoma 2020. Bear with me a moment while I change out speakers.
Hey, sweetie.
Hello, Cameron.
So, but it's not because it's at 5, because it's
Slack. We have a Slack channel. Wow, you got this.
yeah.
And then update your event registration to go ahead and make sure.
Yeah, well,
the
yeah.
flag, which includes a shirt and maybe some other paraphernalia that we may be able to send out to you. And finally, there is a caption flag event going on, and it's
All right, we're coming up on high noon.
Find more details over at BSides
Oh,
OK-CTF.
I'll go ahead and get my announcements ready. This is the noon track here at B-Sides Oklahoma 2020.
So I'm gonna go ahead and release it.
First couple of reminders, if you have not updated your event registration to add the swag ticket, you should head over into that now, please.
Hey, one more time for you real quick. He just joined from Nick Harris's company.
Can't bring this stuff to your house. We can't bring it over via drone. We have to send the postal service over to see you. So if you will update your swag ticket, give us an address, we can send that swag out to you. Lunch, it's high noon. If you haven't got your Uber Eats mobile app loaded, you have the ticket print yet, you should go over and do that. You'll see tiny.sa//BSOK. Pick up that registration code. Slack, we're not part of the conversation. You should be. We've had some really great interaction already this morning with our first 3 talks. So we look forward to seeing you on that Slack. Find us over at slack.techlahoma.org. And we also have a CTF going on. This is hashtag BSidesOK-CTF. It's a great experience, and that'll be up for a while. And we have next up, our next speaker is Cameron McMillan. Cameron, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Outstanding, sir. Thank you.
All righty. All right. Well, without further ado, I will start the slide share. So, quick introduction here. I am Cameron McMillan. Talk today is, it's 2020, so why am I still able to read your pager traffic? And this came about from some rather unusual series of events, most of them involving setting up an SDR. And basically, I'm sorry, I appear to be having a slight control problem here. There we go. Basically, you know, my background is a 25-year IT background with 20 of that being an InfoSec. And I really have a thing for old technology. I really enjoy it, especially stuff that's been considered obsolete or superseded. I think there's a lot of room within a lot of these technologies to overlook the security implications of them in certain environments, and that's something I enjoy poking around in. So with that out of the way, the overarching, I guess, point of this talk can be summarized thusly: creating tomorrow's problems with yesterday's technology. Because in the case of pagers, they're still very prevalent. They're out there, they're used. A lot of people are surprised to find out just how much they're used and why they can be a problem depending on which sectors you're operating in. So a little bit of background as to how I got to the point of making a talk about it. Well, first off, this was the big question. Did I forget to shut down the SDR again? And the answer to that was, yeah, for about 3 months. Basically, I'd set it up. It was sitting there capturing pager traffic just on kind of a test basis. And I literally just walked away and forgot about it. 3 months later, I logged back into the machine and it's still doing it. I was actually kind of surprised by the amount of data it had captured. And, you know, it's like, okay, that's cool. But what do I do with it? Well, I'll just let it keep going because realistically, it's working. And, you know, maybe after a few months of looking at this, I can start analyzing that data and see if there's anything interesting. So what I learned was, yeah, that actually ended up being a whole lot more data than I thought it would be. I'd like to point out that this data was being captured over the air in the Oklahoma City metro area, which is, I believe, the 26th largest metropolitan area in the US. If it had been in a larger one, these numbers would likely have been a whole lot higher. But I've still got a gig of data to have to plow through here. All right, well, what do I do with it? Analyze it. And let's talk about this to other people because there's some things that came up in the analysis process that I felt kind of needed to be addressed related to this topic. So briefly, what we'll be going over here is quick history of paging, where it came from, how it works, why it's still in use, operationally, what it does. It's going to be very much a high-level overview, not in-depth, getting out into the technical weeds on it. Who's still using it and why? And this is important in understanding why the technology still survives to this day. There's a few interesting things in there. Finally, you know, how do we go ahead and capture and decode that traffic? You know, once you've got it, what do you need to do it? Is this a high cost, low cost potential avenue of attack, or is this something that pretty much anybody can do? Then once you've got it, what are you looking at? You know, you've got to go through this, filter it, get the weed out from the chaff, and basically determine how much of a threat or hobbyist you actually are. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, that's not happening. Yeah, no, just ignore that strikeout. We'll talk about that later. Okay, so one thing not to expect from this talk, and this is something I really want to make very clear, because again, going back to things I ran across in the process of researching, there was a lot of this. And pretty much what it boils down to is that it seems as though every couple or 3 years, somebody discovers that, hey, did you know you can make an SDR and run software and like read pager traffic? This is like what evil hacksaws do. Yeah, okay, so guess what? This is not new. People have been doing this since the 1980s. It's all out there. It's been known. Yes, it's still a threat vector, potentially. And I want to remove some of the hype that has surrounded the fact that this is something that's capable of being done. So that's pretty much one of the things I'm going to incorporate into this discussion, very much letting people know that, yeah, it's a problem. It's out there. You can do it. All the tools are available. But, you know, people hunched over laptops in black hoodies with matrix text raining down behind them aren't just using this 24 hours a day to destroy you. So the ubiquitous legal disclaimer. And I'm going to read this in full just so that there's no question about it. Per FCC guidelines regarding the interception and divulgence of radio communications, reception and decoding, as opposed to decryption, of pager transmissions in the United States does not appear to be illegal. However, divulging the contents of those transmissions may be illegal in certain circumstances. It should therefore be noted that all examples of captured pager traffic presented herein have been sanitized. Information that may divulge or otherwise make recognizable the original message content of the traffic as received has been altered or removed. Every effort has been made to sanitize the presented traffic captures sympathetically so that their importance in context is not diminished for the audience. And with that out of the way, if anyone can tell me what video and song this still was taken from, I'll send you a pager. I'm serious about that. I will send you a pager. So getting on to a history of it. In 1976, Post Office Code Standardization Advisory Group in the UK collaborates with industry and government bodies on creating a standard paging protocol. This basically was the first more or less universally accepted protocol for paging since the European and Japanese manufacturers adopted it. At some point, the US did also adopt POCSAG, but it's not entirely clear as to when. It was early 80s, probably 83, 82-ish, but I couldn't find any solid info on that. But suffice to say, about 40 years ago. In the mid-1980s, there was a big change here. Alphanumeric pagers were introduced. Up to this point, pagers could only do two things: beep or buzz, or display a numeric message. Now they can also display text, so you're getting closer to a device that has SMS-like capabilities, although they're only one way. In '93, Motorola introduces the Flex protocol, and this essentially builds on POCSAG's capabilities. It's much higher data rate, has a little bit of error correction in there, but not a great deal. But POCSAG still remained in use. And it's important to note that these two protocols existed side by side. Flex is pretty much dominant today. You don't see a whole lot of POCSAG out there, but it is still in use. 95, two-way paging is introduced. And it's pretty much what you would imagine it to be. You essentially have a handheld pager with a keyboard that can do what is effectively two-way texting. If you imagine on your cell phone right now, you get a text message, you read it, you reply to it, pretty much the exact same thing. But it wasn't really all that successful because by the year 2000, cell phones were starting to become more and more ubiquitous. In '01, Motorola saw the writing on the wall and they got out of paging. 2020 though, paging's still in use, and it's in use mainly in some very specialized areas, and we'll come back to those later. It's very important to understand why it's still in use based on the sectors that are using it. So, brief run through of how paging works. Anybody who's over the age of 30 will probably know this, but anyone who isn't may find this slightly interesting. So, person wishing to send a message either dials in to a service and punches in the message, hits pound and hangs up, or hits a web gateway, hits send. That is then submitted to the paging system run by the pager network, and it prepares that message to be transmitted. Now, those pages are sent to every transmitter that paging network has, and effectively is broadcast in an extremely wide area. This will become important later. So, transmitter site squirts it out over the airwaves. Now note that all the transmitters in this example are on the same frequency. This is intentional, and we'll come back to this in a minute. Now, the pager alerts if a message on the frequency that the pager is tuned to is intended for that pager. If it is, you get your message. Very much of critical importance here, as you can tell. So this brings up a question. If all the pagers in a system are on the same frequency, how are messages only sent to specific pagers? Well, I'm glad that question was asked. Basically, each pager has what's known as a cap code. This is fundamentally similar to a MAC address in that it uniquely identifies that pager's hardware. And pagers receive all the messages on their frequency, but if a message isn't intended for their cap code, they just reject it and don't display it. It just silently disappears. It never shows or beeps or buzzes. Now, there are actually multiple cap codes that can be programmed into pagers, but a lot of those have special functions, let's say. For example, groups. You can have 20 pagers be part of a, let's say, organizational group for a restaurant. They also use them for over-the-air programming and sometimes network checking and stuff like that. So, what are the problems with this? Well, paging's one way. There are no retries. If your pager is off, the battery's dead, it's out of range, whatever, the message just goes off into the ether. Now, realistically, the message will be repeated a certain number of times just to make sure that it's received. And it's up to the pager in that case to say, oh, I already received this message. I displayed it. I don't need to display multiple copies of this message. However, it's heavily, heavily, heavily dependent on the paging network as to how that works. You know, some of them might cycle messages for 24 hours. Some of them might only do it for 2 or 3 minutes. Some might not do it at all. Now, there is no network level authentication of pagers. I mean, literally, they're tuned to a frequency. They have a cap code. This means they can be cloned. It also means that it's entirely possible to just drop one onto a paging network if you know the frequency and a valid cap code for that paging network. And that's actually something that's pretty easy to determine. And by default, being something intended for use starting 40 years ago, nothing's encrypted. And anyone is capable of receiving, decoding, and reading messages that are sent out over a pager network. Any encryption that happens has to happen at the message level before the message is transmitted. And it's also possible to do some spoofing here. And we'll get into that a little bit later. So, figuring out who is still using pagers and why. What's the attraction? You know, we've all got cell phones. We've all got a million other ways to communicate. Why pagers? Well, here's why. Virtually no private individuals are still using it for communication. Nobody's using it to tell the kids, hey, call home when you get to the library, you know, stuff like that. Nobody's using, well, I shouldn't say nobody, but the places where private individuals are still using paging tend to be very specialized. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Now, what paging does tend to be used for is response to situations that require immediate human contact or response to them. And if you want to keep your location a secret, this is a pretty good way of doing it. Because it's not two-way, there's no beaconing back to, say, a cell tower. There isn't really a good way to triangulate someone. Granted, if you're found with a pager with a particular cap code in your possession, that may be able to tie you to something, but you have to be found first. And given the wide areas over which paging networks operate, that could be hundreds of square miles. So, who's still using it? Well, first responders. And again, you know, traffic analysis showed this. One of the big users are volunteer fire departments, EMS, and in some cases, police. And not extensively with police. It's mostly volunteer fire and EMS, usually in more remote areas where cellular coverage may not be an option, but they know they can get pager coverage. You know, it's a way to dispatch and communicate with them, granted only one way, but it still provides field communication in areas that it may otherwise be possible. IT departments, they're still using them. And for certain types of alerting, they can be very useful. You know, okay, server's down, you know, we've got a critical event happening over here on the core switch, things like that. You simply tie it into your SIM platform. It would typically email a gateway address and then transmit out in the event of something going down hard. Now, this one's kind of interesting. Industrial process monitors and SCADA. It's almost more the industrial process monitors that I observed than the SCADA stuff, but I was getting a surprising amount of it. And not huge, but enough to take note of it. And again, this kind of comes back to why IT departments still use pagers. You know, something breaks, need immediate notification, need to make sure that message might be received by multiple people at once, need to be able to do it in a way that's relatively reliable. Well, there you go. Transport and logistics. There are applications that are still used, mostly in trucking, to a lesser extent shipping, but there are still applications that are used to directly communicate with drivers, pilots, captains, what have you, regarding changes to routes, changes to loads, things like that. Essentially, again, quick one-way communication with a high likelihood of being received. But here's the big one. Healthcare. Healthcare loves pagers. They were by far, far, far and away identifiably the single biggest user of paging out of all the traffic I looked at. And this one is actually the one that concerns me. Well, I should say concerns me the most. It's not terribly well used. What I have found are a great many operational security failures in how healthcare continues to use pagers. Now, it's interesting, over the course of a year, that did seem to improve somewhat. I did actually notice certain things that were happening ceasing, but we'll come back to this in a little bit because this is a big one if you're in healthcare. But then we also have criminal activity. And this again comes back to location, specifically not being able to pin someone to a specific location, but being able to transmit information to them. One of the more interesting things I ran across in this was sports scores. There would literally be pages that consisted of dozens of lines of what were sports scores. Well, okay, why would anybody do this? So it's really simple. If you're running an illegal bookmaking operation, you can receive those scores on your pager, no internet required, no cellular connection required, and you can basically operate without any real network level, without any real network level monitoring of what you're doing taking place. Now, granted, there are other things it could be used for in terms of criminal activity, but that was the one that seemed to be surprisingly blasé about it. Because ultimately, when you're just broadcasting sports scores, okay, there's nothing wrong with that. When you're broadcasting sports scores with Las Vegas odds attached to them, that paints a different picture. So yeah, there are people out there who are still using it for some under the table stuff. So since there are alternatives, why is this still in use? Well, it's a valid question. This is a technology that we know. It's 40 years old. It's debugged. Pardon me. We know how to set it up. We know how to use it. We know how to keep it running. And in terms of what it does, it's actually pretty robust. I mean, all you do is transmit and receive. That's it. Very, very simple. This is another important one. The frequencies that cellular phones operate on tend to be ones that don't do well inside a building. Some do better than others, but they're typically not great. Paging frequencies, especially ones in the 900 megahertz range, do very, very well inside buildings. It's just a wavelength that does a good job of penetrating walls, roofs, ceilings, typically. So, you send your message, there's a good chance people are going to get it if they're in the middle of a building. Now, this one's also important. You can get coverage from literally a small campus all the way up to national. And this also becomes an operational security consideration. So let's say, going back to our volunteer fire department example, let's say you're a volunteer fire department in a remote area, and whoever has signed up for your paging plan with the paging provider just checked a box, didn't really look at what was being offered and pay attention to the services. Well, it's entirely possible that your VFD's calls are now going to be sent out at a national level, which means pretty much anybody in any area where there's a paging tower capable of transmitting those pages is going to be transmitting those calls to an audience that was never intended to receive it. This is actually a bigger problem than just, that volunteer fire department example I'm giving. We'll talk about that a little further on, specifically in the context of a company who should know better, but apparently doesn't. And the big one, it just works. You know, people are accustomed to carrying pagers. It's like, well, you know, we've done this for 35, 40 years. Everybody knows how to do it. They can deal with it. We're just going to keep slinging them a pager. We don't want to upgrade what we have in place. So tough. Get to know and love your Motorola Bravo. All right, so here's what you need to do. Modern context, let's say you just want this to be something you either fiddle with because you really love doing stuff with radio and digital modes, or you want to potentially be a threat. Well, here's the obvious one. Get hardware. You're going to need hardware to receive traffic, so go buy some. Start small. If this is, you know, baby's first SDR, that's cool. Just get something like a Raspberry Pi. Raspberry Pi 4 is a fantastic machine in terms of processing power for doing this, and everything you need can be put together for less than $100. Raspberry Pi, DVB-T USB dongle, and some open source software. One thing I will add, make sure that if you get a dongle, it includes a telescopic antenna. The ones you get that have the sort of curly, almost pigtail-looking masts on them, those are tuned to single specific center frequencies. If you're using those, you're going to lose a whole bunch of stuff outside of what they're designed to receive. With a telescopic antenna, you're able to change the length and thus basically the frequencies that it can receive. You can go higher or lower as needed. All right, so you've got all your hardware put together. Now you need software. We'll start with GQRX. This is basically your visualization for what's happening in the radio spectrum you're working on. Gives you a waterfall display, a way to tune the dongle to specific frequencies, and essentially just, you know, control. It turns your Raspberry Pi into a software-defined radio, which you can then control through GQRX. Okay, next up, Multimon NG, Multimon Next Generation. This is what I used for decoding the pager traffic. It does more than just pager traffic. It's designed to decode a number of digital modes, but Multimon's pretty good. It does what it does, and you know, perfectly matched for what we're doing here. So, RTL SDR. This is actually command line based. There are some cases where you may not want to be running, you know, something with a complete GUI. If you want to do this headless, for example, you know, you don't necessarily need to have X windows with GQRX running on top of it. And if you're doing stuff, you know, also out of shell scripts, GQRX isn't manipulated that well through those. So RTL SDR is a handy little tool to have around. Okay, because I'm old, I still call it Netcat, even though I know NCAT is what I want to use. These are your network Swiss Army knives. And what you're going to use these for is essentially connecting GQRX to SOCs for audio processing. GQRX outputs audio streams as UDP. NCAT or Netcat takes that UDP output, pipes it into SOCs and libmpeg123. And at that point, you can actually see what it is that you're receiving over the air. So here's how you do it. Start GQRX, tune to the frequency you want, turn on UDP audio output, start it receiving. Process the audio, decode the traffic, write it out to a file, which will grow to a gig in size over the space of a year at least. And there's your command line for it. I mean, this is all it is. Nothing particularly specific. Start NCAT, have it listen localhost on port 7355 UDP, pipe that out to SOCs, let SOCs do some processing on it, pipe that out to Multimon NG. That'll do decoding on, that will do decoding of the traffic as either POXAG 512, POXAG 1200, POXAG 2400, or Flex. And finally, dump it all out to a file. You know, just have it write it out and see what you got later. So, I'm pagerdump.txt and I contain decoded pager traffic. Boy, do I ever. So let's talk a little bit about what you're going to find. This would be a typical sort of message that you would find in there. And it pretty much is what you are pulling off the air. So Flex, that's the transmission protocol. as mentioned, there are others, POXAG, being the other kind of major one, but this is it. There's your protocol. Great. Date and timestamp, pretty self-evident. This one. Now, this is interesting because this basically tells you what type of flex is in use. 3200 4Ka. Now, that breaks down to baud rate, which can also be, I believe, 2400 or 6400. The frequency shift keying type, of which there are several within Flex. Header flags and the flex phase. For the most part, the header flags and flex phase aren't necessarily things you're going to care about too much. We're not going to really cover those, but if you want to dig into it, they are worth it just to have a little better understanding of the protocol. All right, 01.053. Well, cycle number dot frame number. Think of that as being kind of like a TCP sequence number for paging. It's not 100% analogous, but it's close enough for government work. Now, this is where we start getting into some interesting stuff. 2323232323. That is the cap code of the pager that the message is intended for. This is transmitted in the clear, pretty much exactly as you see it. This can also be a group number, and group numbers are typically shorter than regular cap codes. You may recall earlier we spoke about there being secondary cap codes that can be used for things like identifying groups. Well, if this is a group number, every pager that has that group number programmed into it will display the message. Next up, ALN, message type. That can be alphanumeric, numeric, tone, or unknown. Alphanumeric, pretty much what it suggests, letters and numbers. Numeric, you just get a number. That's it. 555-2368. Tone. Tone only causes the device to beep or buzz. And where this will be used is in paging systems where you call back to a central number to either collect messages or pages and have them read to you either by a human or a computer. Unknown, yeah, we don't know what this is. Something maybe was garbled in the headers. I mean, who knows? But basically, we couldn't make heads or tails of it, but it did at least look like it was pager traffic. And finally, the payload. This is your actual message. Eat at Arby's or whatever it says. So, talking a little bit about the data mining involved in this. So, before we get into the percentages, as mentioned, there was quite a bit of traffic to go through. And I initially went at this trying to swat flies with a Buick. I took kind of a big data approach to it, and I threw big data tools at it. This turned out to be actually a far less efficient approach than using grep sed knock. Ultimately, I had a flat file, and that flat file was more easily gone through by hand with just standard text manipulation tools than it was trying to build queries in like KNIME or something to handle the data. And this is because it turned out that most of what you were likely to want to do with this data didn't actually involve insight much beyond finding commonalities. So I kind of went at this with stone tools and bearskins. If you want to go at this with something else, that's great, but it may not be totally necessary if you're doing this. So anyhow, here's a rough breakdown of what types of messages we're seeing. So you can see here over the year, 9.5 million messages. We'll call it 10 million. 52% of those, 55% of those were alphanumeric. Of numeric, 22%. Tone actually kind of surprised me. There was still that much tone in use, but that was interesting. And unknown, rejects. Outliers. This one's a little difficult to quantify. There were a number of types of messages that were failures, but they weren't failures in the same way that the unknowns were. So as you can see, 8% of the traffic was those outliers. Not really going to get too deep into those, but it was interesting to see that the networks were able to produce stuff that the software, for whatever reason, couldn't handle. So that tells me there is a little bit of margin of error in here. So you do need to go through your data and do some tidying before you start really digging into what's in there. Now, breaking the traffic down by hour of day. This is unsurprising. It starts to ramp up around 6 a.m. and it tends to ramp down around 8 p.m. So you've got a 14-hour spread during which activity is most predominant. And of course, middle of the day, it's highest. Looking at who's using these things, healthcare in particular, that's not surprising. I was surprised it went as quiet as it did overnight, especially on weekends. Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays actually tended to follow this same pattern pretty closely. And well, because it's the weekend, people tend to do things that get them into hospital at night more frequently. All right, so out of this, top 10 cap codes. What this is in each category, who were the top 10 recipients? Well, for alphanumeric, it was 10 pagers were 28% of the traffic. Numeric, 38%, tone 51, and unknown were 55. Now, some of these things are obvious. Shouldn't have logged to a flat file. Really should have been writing this out to a database so that it could have been queried, but it didn't really matter all that much in the long run. The output does definitely need to be cleaned up before it's written. You cannot just write it out as multimon ng formats it. You really do need to have it broken down into tab separated or comma separated values. And if you want to get seriously into it, and I mean seriously into it, AI or machine learning may be necessary for deep inspection. Just given the sheer amount of traffic that potentially can be received, as well as the types of traffic, correlating this would reach a point pretty quickly where one person or a group of people working together wouldn't necessarily be able to handle this on their own. So, remember earlier that section in the intro, strikeout, what strikeout? Well, there's a reason why that's there. This part of the talk had been intended to be the one where I went through and showed everybody, suitably redacted, the really dumb things that people continue broadcasting over the pager networks. However, after some consultation with people who have a better understanding of the judicial system than I decided to remove this. Unfortunately, that happened about 48 hours ago, and I have not had a good way to restructure it in that time. So what I'm going to do here is speak in general terms about some of these things. You may recall earlier that I mentioned a large and humorless company that should know better and their use of paging. Well, I won't name names. I will not show traffic that was pulled off the air, even in a redacted state. However, what I can say is that this company did an excellent job of broadcasting confidential client data, some of which had clients with .mil addresses. In addition to that, they broadcast names, telephone numbers, locations, and in some cases, quantities and models of items being ordered. Why this is happening, I don't know. What's interesting is that this was actually something that was a change that happened after I had already started monitoring. Doing this starting in, when was it? April of last year, I think. This traffic wasn't there. And then literally one day it just popped up. And this tells me that somebody, probably with good intentions, but not knowing the impact of their actions, decided that this would be a good time to CC whatever email address was used for the pager gateway at that company and just start blurting this all over the airwaves. Interesting part about this, they're doing it nationally. It's not just localized to the Oklahoma City area. I've been able to use remote SDRs in a couple of other locations, record some audio, process it, and determine that, yes, the same message I just received here is also being transmitted in, I don't know, let's say Idaho or Nevada. Similarly, law enforcement, and actually not directly law enforcement. There is a contractor to a police department in a well-known desert city, that's all I will say, that responds to requests from that police department to attend certain types of crime scenes. They're also paying for national service. Very interesting finding the pages to respond to a homicide scene from them. So anyhow, coming back to the point, is there a threat here? Well, yeah, the answer is there is potentially. However, if you're going to have a threat, in most cases, that threat can be summarized as OPSEC failure. Pretty much if you're doing something that, for want of a better term, exposes your data, it's going to happen. Look at the example of, oh yeah, we've got this box in the corner and we don't know what it does. Well, okay, you don't know what it does, but that box pretty much is the one that's running your pager gateway. It could be a mail server with an email address. It could even be in-house. Now, the risk of this is going to be determined heavily by the industry you're in. Obviously, healthcare is the big one. And it's entirely possible that this, paging was something that was implemented 5 IT departments ago. People are kind of vaguely aware that it's there because everybody carries a pager, but nobody's really paying attention to it because it just kind of works. And it's that thing that's on that box in the corner of the server room that you don't really know what it does, but you don't turn it off either because you don't know what's going to happen. So realistically, that's what causes things like patient data to be leaked. And from a HIPAA standpoint, HIPAA compliance standpoint, that's a big problem. And healthcare does this a lot. The other thing is you may have IT staff who are unaware of the fact that compliance means encryption. I would hate to think that is actually the case today, but it does happen. Or they're unaware that they can actually subscribe to encrypted paging services who will encrypt everything before it goes out over the airwaves, but still allow people to use their traditional pager equipment. So in any event, I think at this point, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to questions. If anybody would like to ask anything, please go right ahead. Okay, so let's see. I do not appear to be in the track 3 public channel for some reason. Let me see if I can get that sorted out. That's interesting. Okay. All right. Bear with me one moment, please. Slack is giving me a hard time. Okay. Can someone please drop the public track 3 Slack link to the speakers channel? I'm having a little difficulty digging that up. Okay, and yeah, just to answer the question, yes, Kevin Sesek, he was right. Sir Mix-a-Lot Beepers was the video the still was taken from. Yeah. I am not finding the public Slack here. I don't know why. Okay. Sorry, folks. I'm not just going to sit here and yammer on while I try to figure this out. Okay, so a couple other things here. I know we talked about potential of, well, threat potential effectively. Do you really need to go through and dig for this? Well, maybe. Again, it comes back to the industry you were in, but there's also a reason why this continues to be a threat, particularly even when people are going through an audit process from an external audit, be it, you know, red team, compliance, whatever. These are not groups that typically employ or have on hand people who understand how to find these transmissions, what to look for. There aren't typically people who are radio savvy on these teams. Now, they do exist. I'm not saying they don't, but they don't tend to be a standard component of them. And you know, this makes it difficult to see, well, what's actually going out over the air. You know, if you can find the pager gateway, great, you're set. But unless you have that, you just don't know. And there's really no good way to make sure that's included. However, from a threat perspective, anyone who is seeing this as being a primary way of attack, it isn't. You know, if you are, you're casting too broad of a net, and the problem is you never know what's actually going to go out over the air. So pretty much what you catch may be useful, what you catch may very well not be useful. There's a lot of signal to noise on this. And, you know, it's hard to say what you're going to get. So if it's luck of the draw, there are other juicier targets out there. Let's put it that way. Just to answer Jason Killam's question, this pager data could be considered a breach. Has the org with all of the .mil addresses been notified? Yes, they have. So already talking to them. Geek That Tweaks, there used to be a POCSAG network during DEF CON. Yes, there was. I actually remember that. That was back, I want to say, around like 2003, 4. Yes, the screen cap for the pager session was Sir Mix-a-Lot's beepers. Kevin, I need to find a way to send you a pager. So if you want to hit me up afterwards, I will happily do that for you. So, all right. Well, in the absence of any other further questions, I think for right now, I will leave it here. Thank you for bearing with me over the last few minutes of this. And hopefully I will be able to make some of the more interesting details available later when we have a better idea of where they stand legally. So folks, I'm going to close down for now. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of B-Sides.
All right, Mr. McMillan, thank you very much. With great talk, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, what the server's supposed to do.
And were you able to find that track 3, sir?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
It wasn't appearing in my channel list for some reason, but somebody added it, and that was perfect.
Okay. I didn't see a whole lot of questions in there, but if you want to hang out in that chat for a bit, there
Sure.
might be some come up.
Yeah, I think most of the questions that popped up are answered, but I'll be happy to stick around.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. So this is BSides Oklahoma 2020. This is track 3. Bear with us while we change it for a sponsor.
Yeah, we're going to do SQL now.
Mr. Johnson, are you there, sir?
We're doing Mr. Johnson.
Oh, by the way, I want you to run.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Kevin Johnson, can you hear me okay? Are you good?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And you can hear me fine?
Yes, I can hear you fine, sir. You're, the floor is all yours whenever you're ready, sir.
Ooh.
If you need to, what? Or did you want to do a screen share?
Nah, there's no reason. I'm just going to
Okay.
babble about us.
Okay. Well, we have with us Kevin Johnson from Secure Ideas. Secure Ideas has been with us. Have you been with us all 6 years? I think
You know what? I think so, but I'm not sure.
Okay,
Considering the fact Nathan works with us, I think the answer is.
I think you have been. So we really appreciate all the support you've given us over the years. You've
We
been
like you
amazing, and we appreciate it. And we glad to see that you're enjoying the con, and we're always glad to have you back. And would you like to tell us a little bit about Secure Ideas?
Sure. I always hate doing these types of talks because it's like, hey, let me brag about my company, and that just seems rude. But for the people who don't know, I'm one of the founders of Secure Ideas. We are a consulting firm based in Jacksonville with offices in Charlotte and people in Tulsa, Oklahoma City, and Texas. We actually are pretty excited. This year is our 10th anniversary. We've been a company for 10 years, and considering the fact we were an accident that started, 10 years is pretty dang good. Of course, we got a few weeks until we hit the 10 years, so I might be cursing us by saying that. So we're a consulting firm. Basically do penetration testing, vulnerability assessments, architecture reviews, consulting. The big thing we want people to know about is our training. We've got a few classes that we just recently announced that are coming up. And if you have any questions, we do veteran discounts. So if you're a military veteran, we've got a lot of good discounts coming out. And we also offer free services to nonprofit charities. I think that's important to let people know about. We want to help as much as possible. The one qualifier there is you have to be a nonprofit charity that we are okay with. What I mean by that is, not that we have to agree with your message or stuff like that, right? But you can't be a jerk charity. It turns out that Westboro Baptist Church and some Klan organizations are federally recognized as nonprofit charities, and they don't get free services from us. So that's what we mean by don't be a jerk charity. We think that's fair. So that's us. If you want to, securideas.com is our website, and anytime you want, you can reach out to me at kevin@securideas.com. Yes, the professional evil logo. We love that sticker. Do you know how often that sticker gets us work? Here's where it happens good, and let's be very clear, the evil part of me giggles at this every single time. We very often have customers come to us and say, hey, we'd like to hire you. And when we say, well, how did you hear about us? Their answer is, oh, our consultants from last year had your slogan on their laptop, so we thought we should call you. So thank you for putting that sticker as many places as possible.
Oh, absolutely, sir. I have a new device every year at the con, and I'm always looking for my new next sticker.
Hey, well,
So
hey,
I appreciate it.
Has Nathan gotten you T-shirts or other swag?
Yeah, we've got swag all over the place here, sir.
Okay, good. Well, I mean,
So I
for
think we're
you.
set. Oh, I'm sure we've got. There's a bunch of stuff on the other side of the wall I haven't seen yet.
Good. So cool. That, like I said, that's us. I don't do a big, hey, we're awesome. I don't know. I always hate doing sponsor stuff. So, but yeah, we're around. And BSides Oklahoma is one of our favorite conferences to come out to. I'm sorry that we weren't able to come out this year. So
we're very grateful for you to loan us Nathan. He's done an outstanding job with the organization, and it's really helped us grow the organization.
He paid you to say that, didn't he?
I couldn't comment on that, sir. No,
no, understood. If he didn't pay you, he should. So
no, it's Nathan's done an outstanding job with this organization, so you should be very proud of him.
We like him. So, well, thank you very much, man. I hope the rest of the con goes as well. And oh man, that is awesome. That is awesome how that came across. So when you're done, tell Nathan to check out the absolutely inappropriate meme I shared with him.
That's awesome, sir.
Cool.
Well, again,
Thank you
thank
very
you
much.
for your sponsorship. We're very grateful to have you, and thank you.
Definitely. We'll see you next year.
All right. All right. That's awesome. Okay, so this is the B-Sides track 3, B-Sides 2020. We're coming up on our 1 o'clock track. It is 12:55. We're going to go ahead and pause for a moment to get my speaker queued up and ready to go. Back in flash. Hello, Sean, are you there?
Here I am.
Outstanding. Sorry to keep you waiting a while.
No, it's fine. Audio, video, everything else is all right.
Audio is sounding great. I am not seeing you just yet.
Oh, my bad.
There you are.
It would help if I actually turned on video.
It's amazingly it does work. And love the logo. It's a great looking logo you got behind you, your virtual background there. Appreciate that. Outstanding. So we've got a couple of minutes if you need them. If
Your time and everything.
let's see, I think we've got about 5 minutes to go. So
excited to see what y'all are dreaming of
Cool.
this next year. And of course,
Okay.
so thank you again.
If you can hear me, please let me know.
And now on the stage, we have coming up Dan, who is actually going to talk about the.
all right. So it sounds like the other track is going to go ahead and take off. So if you're ready to go, we're ready for you. Or wherever you want to go.
Yeah, let's do it live.
Outstanding. Outstanding. So we have with us, we have O'Shawn Marshall, and he's going to be our 1 o'clock speaker. O'Shawn?
And the funny thing is,
All right. Deus Vult! Welcome to the DevOps Crusade. So who am I and what do I do? I code, I teach, I hack. I'm a full-time developer and DevOps engineer. The things I'm about to talk about in this presentation and share with you are from my experience of trying to actually eat your own dog food and walk the walk, actually implementing security best practices in production-facing systems. I also have experience on how to explain how to do it through blogs, videos, and live classes. So not only am I a developer and instructor, but I'm also a full-time offensive security consultant. So I've seen organizations who did well and architected cloud-native applications that were well fortified and well secured, and I broke into the ones that weren't well secured. And let's go and let's see what ground we're going to cover. So I'm going to give you an abridged history of the tale of DevOps, and then sprinkle in some technophobia along with victim shaming. That is followed by the technical side of the talk that no one's going to remember, where I explain permissions and access management in S3 and IAM. After that, we'll go over how to assess an AWS security in an AWS account for free, and then concludes with some steps to lock it down if you're just starting into cloud adoption, just starting out fresh. Oh, and if you just so happen to use a different cloud provider, listen up. We'll also be discussing different ways that you can lock it down. It would help. So this is the first DevOps crusade. So in the beginning, we were using these monolithic structures called data centers, in which all of our computing power was housed in various places throughout the globe. Air conditioning had to be confined oh so neatly. It is a place of LED lights and silicon. And then we realized running a data center sucked. So we moved into the cloud, and this is in 2008. AWS it starts up, and then GCP and Azure follow suit. And then we decided, hey, we're going to write code that's actually designed for production, and then immediately. And in fact, we're going to codify the infrastructure process with tools like CloudFormation and things like that. That all starts in this first grand and epic DevOps crusade. And then you get headlines like this. So tell me if you've heard this before. A minor mistake led to a massive leak. It's not the first time we've been here, is it? So we've had S3 data leaks affecting millions of users every 6 to 12 months for years now. When I first gave this talk, Capital One was the big breach of the headline. But one of my coworkers informed me that Twilio left an unsecured S3 bucket, so they get on the list. So this is awful. This is the result of really, really bad management. And it's really tragedy, because I'm telling you, companies can save billions of dollars, and then the rest of us could be saved unnecessarily suffering with 17 lines of JSON. And I'll share it to you, post a screen, share it, how we get that and how we can secure S3 buckets. But you've got a tale of two types of cloud breaches. You've got Capital One, which they weren't stupid. They didn't leave an open S3 bucket out on the internet with credit card data for everyone else to grab hold. And then you have the simple case, Twilio, which is, simple S3 misconfiguration. But with Capital One, it wasn't that the S3 bucket was wide open. The attacker got an EC2 instance that happened to have permissive S3 access. So it's not just as simple as configuring one thing correctly and making sure you adjust the dials and switches on one resource. If you're thinking about cloud security, you have to you have to think of the entire environment and how all the resources and all the pieces fit together. But that brings us to the second era of DevOps. So still, you've got the first crusade, the first era of DevOps. People are still drinking the Kool-Aid, embracing the cult, and pushing breakneck features at crackhead speeds, and building things up and breaking them down even faster. And guess what? The DevOps cult community has taken over. Everything is moving towards the automation in the cloud because, remember, running a data center sucks. So we've all embraced it. So that brings us to the second era of the DevOps crusade, an era spanning roughly 2012 to 2018. And this is the counter revolution. Best practices. We as security professionals finally get a grasp on this whole DevOps thing, and DevSecOps is coined. AWS well-architected framework is completed, so on and so forth, and everything. And this is where all that enthusiasm starts to die. It's not like I don't like the idea of DevSecOps, but it's not sexy. It's bulky. It's ill-elegant. There is no, like, if you are on a date, right, and you're finally go out, not now, but I mean before the plague and all of that. And you're talking with an IT professional and you just whisper DevSecOps. There's no romance there anymore. So, and plus security isn't something that you throw in the middle of things. It isn't the purpose, unless the purpose of an organization isn't to be the most secure organization. Security is the price you pay for doing the things that you want to do. So it's not something that you can just throw in the middle of. It's something that has to be integrated into everyday business. But of course, I mean, why not just go full into it? I mean, everyone should be involved into the process of DevOps. I mean, it's a team. We're all working together, you know? So what do I mean when I'm saying DevOps? What I'm saying and what I'm arguing and what I'm advocating for is not Crusade 1. It's not counter Crusades 2. I'm arguing for a third one, and I'm arguing for going back to the roots, going back to basics, going back to the fundamental idea, and that is genuine collaboration between development, security, and operations. Tools don't build tech, teams do. And so what I'm advocating is for the annihilation of silos. I'm advocating that we develop processes that ensure that code that is written is designed to operate and function well. It's about it's also about empowering developers to write secure code that works from the get-go. And that is the North Star that we're orienting ourselves around. That is what we wanted with Agile, with these other DevOps crusades. And that is the center of what we're trying to express today. So I'm going to give you a bunch of tools, techniques, and strategies, but it's up to you to use them effectively in your team. And it's up to you not to bludgeon your developers with other security requirements with this, but actually build holistic, complete, functional, beautiful, and elegant software. So, what's so complicated about S3? In order to understand how to get to that North Star, get to that elegant place, you need to figure out what's so complicated about this stuff. Well, there are two options to manage S3. And I say options in the same way that I say seatbelt and airbags are options. The first system is IAM roles and policies, and IAM has to do with users or entities acting on a user's behalf. The second system is a bucket policy, in which the bucket itself will determine who will open itself up to. So let's start with an example for IAM policies. I'm a user in my company's AWS account. As a developer, I have access to source code and various pieces of infrastructure that's relevant to me as a developer. Now, as a consultant, I also have the ability to spin up an EC2 instance for cracking passwords if I'm doing a pen test or I'm on an engagement. So each of those roles is defined through separate IAM policies, and these are just JSON strings that specify what I as a user can and cannot access. But you need to understand that this doesn't apply to just users or groups of users. Amazon resources also are federated and governed by these IAM policies. So let's say that you're using Code Pipeline, and that's just a simple CI/CD tool to deploy code and to manage build processes for web applications. So if you have the Code Pipeline, that is something that has its own role. That is something that has its own policy, and within its policies, it has to be given access to GitHub, and it also has to have access to the S3 bucket. And so you can federate that access. So through IAM roles and in-place IAM policies, you can control and manage that access. But for S3 particular, because it is extremely unique in the AWS system, you also have S3 policies, and this is the bucket with its own lock. And at the level of the bucket, you can specify who can have access to this bucket and with various levels of granularity. You can lock it down, that make it so that you have to do an MFA verification before you can even access files of it. You can make sure that only encrypted files are uploaded, or you can leave it open, which is actually an appropriate response if you're just using the S3 bucket as a public static website. So what you do depends on your particular use case in your environment. Messing up in either an IAM policies or S3 bucket policies can open yourself up to unnecessary exposure. So as we've seen in many times for the past 3 years, if your bucket policy is wide open, you give everyone access to all the contents and all the files stored within. But if you mess up your IAM roles, you can also give services unnecessary access that they don't need. And that could lead to that delayed sort of breach that we see in Capital One. It wasn't that the bucket was wide open, that the attacker could walk through and get in. It was by pivoting through various misconfigured parts of the infrastructure that the attacker was able to steal credit card data. So secure use of S3 involves mastering both elements, if you will. Insecure use is just 3 easy clicks away. So this is beautiful. This is elegant. This is the demo. This is the demo that sold to your C-level executive on the cloud in general. How easy it is to set up EC2 instance that has access to a specialized server for storing passwords. Just create the IAM role, attach the S3 full access policy, which is created by default in every AWS account and involves 4 clicks. And then you can set up and launch your EC2 instance, which is just a click-through wizard. Beautiful, elegant, easy, but you're not supposed to do this. What you're supposed to do instead is go through, create the IAM role, create and edit the custom S3 policy, the custom IAM role federating S3 access, attach that custom policy, set up and launch the EC2, and if you happen to mess up, access denied. And then which you trace back and then just keep running through this process in which, because you got to shut down the EC2 instance when you're applying new roles to it. That makes it easier. So I'm not going to lie to you. Secure use of the platform is difficult, tedious, requires a lot of trial and error. It's not something you can hand off to the security team after it's already in production. And when you're thinking about cloud native applications, you're not just talking about 2 services interacting with each other. In this case, S3 and EC2 instance. You've got dozens of services that also have different varying levels of access. So this is just the step-by-step process for just 2. Imagine other cloud native apps where there's dozens upon dozens of services and dozens upon dozens of resources within those services. So with all the scope of all of that, how do we assess security on AWS resources? Let's pretend that you're coming in late of the game. Pretend that you are the only AppSec or DevSecOps person or security engineer tasked with securing dozens upon dozens of web applications. Where do you start when we're assessing and when you're looking at the security of these things? Well, that's what these 3 demos are about. And they're just about free tools, freely available to anyone who's running an AWS. And it's not free tier and then you're going to get $300,000 bill at the end of the month. These are actually free. And they don't necessarily require configuration. They don't require a CI/CD thing. The Parliament in particular is open source, and the first 2 are just freely available to anyone who has an AWS account. So, without further ado, let's get started. So, we hop into the IAM policy simulator. In this case, you've got 3 groups: users, groups, and roles. You can run this simulator as any user or group unless that access has been federated or blocked off, to see like various levels of granularity to tweak different policies. So let's give you an example of a bad S3 demo role. So we hop in. We see that this is pretty lazily put together. We got Amazon S3 full access policy, and we select all, and we run the simulation. And everything is allowed. Green means go, but it also means go for any attacker that has the ability to assume this role. So imagine if you're applying this to that EC2 instance. It's simple. You're running a web application off of that. If someone can manipulate or mess with that EC2 instance and have access and be able to hop on that box and assume this role, that means they can do whatever they want in your S3 environment, in your S3 buckets throughout your AWS environment. Some of these policies are just admin level of access. So being able to just place it to set up different, some people use S3 for storing encrypted keys, for public websites. This particular person that has the ability to assume this role can wreak all sorts of havoc. So is there a better way? And that is it, and there is. Here's the example of a secure S3 policy. When you're thinking of S3, everyone's typical use cases is, hey, I want to download files. I want to modify or upload files. I want to list a file, all the contents of a file in a particular bucket. Those are the 3 major use cases. You don't need the ability to put encryption configurations on buckets here. When you're allowing access to S3, you just need those 3 things. In industry terms, this is the principle of least privilege. In industry terms, it's the principle of least privilege. To everyone else, it's need to know basis, need to access basis. So we run it in the simulation and we see that everything is denied. And that means absolutely everything. And that's kind of weird, since we thought we just specified the get object property. And here's where we hop into the beauty of the simulator. Not only can you run simulations on wildcard, meaning every bucket against every object, but you can also be granular with the permissions and do simulations on resources that don't even particularly exist. So I'm going to copy and paste this ARN and change this particular policy to here. And I know some people may be getting nervous in my use of wildcards here. All this means is that this is specifying that for all files or all objects, as they're referred to S3, and directories in an S3 bucket will run this simulation on all of these. So that's why there's the /*. And once we do that, we see that the simulation resources changed. Now let's go into a bucket policy to one of the bucket actions and apply it this way. And hey, we're going to run this simulation over again on a specific bucket, on files or objects within that bucket. And let's see what happens when we run it. And there we go. We're allowed. So what we've done with this particular policy, with these 17 lines of JSON, is that we've allowed this particular EC2 instance the ability to download, the ability to upload, and the ability to list the file contents of a particular S3 bucket and the files within. You can adjust this policy and experiment and add some granularity here. So for example, if you want to specify a specific directory into files under a specific directory, you can modify the policy here just to add a /foo and a /. So all the files under directory foo, you have access to put, get, and list and view those files. And that's great. But let's say we understand that, hey, this isn't the level of access we need. There's a use case for being able to delete files and be able to remove objects. So the way you do that is just with the delete object action. Apply that, rerun the simulation. Let's scroll up to the delete. We see delete object operation was not allowed. When we rerun the simulation, blood-ow, the delete object is allowed. And I hope you understand that this isn't just something that's simple that you can use with S3. You can use this to simulate policies and roles across a variety of AWS services. So let's say that in a real world case, you're creating a CloudFormation service role. So that particular role may need to have access to generate a CloudFormation stack, CloudFormation template, be able to create various resources like in S3, like a code pipeline, like Elastic Beanstalk instance, for example. All of those types of, you can simulate complex roles and policies using this simulator. But let's say you're not a madman and you don't want to write JSON live before an audience. So is there an easier way to create valid AWS policies? And that's where it leads us to the AWS policy generator. And this is just a tool that allows us to make the JSON generation process. So we can create the exact same role that we did before just by navigating and going through the dropdown. So delete object to be able to remove files, get object to be able to download, list bucket to view the contents of a particular bucket and be able to refer to it by name, put object to upload files, and that's about it. And you can specify all you need for that is the ARN. So ARN some bucket and comma delimited and There we go. We add the statement, we generate the policy, and we have the same policy that we've written, and we did not have to deal with messing with curly braces and all of that. And if we need to, run a simulation on that, Simulator also has the new policy mode in which you can, in an editor style, create and apply and gives you a platform to just mess with it. So before we talked about also S3 bucket policies. And so if you can federate S3 access through IAM, why would you even touch S3 bucket policies? And the reason because some things are really, really easier just by applying a policy at the bucket level. They just really are. And so the generator, and it's fine. The generator also gives us the ability to create and craft a bucket policy that we can copy and paste and that we can put into. And I will walk you through an example of a particular use case now. So let's say this bucket is holding confidential data. We don't want anybody to be able to upload any files to this bucket without them being encrypted first. So in order to do that, what we're going to do is we're just going to jump into we're going to create a denial policy. And the beautiful thing about deny policies and IAM or in S3 policies, those rules have precedence over any other allow statement, any other way of allowing access. So we're going to say deny policy. And then we're going to add star for the principal. And what does that mean? So a principal in S3 bucket policy specifies who is the outside party trying to connect into this bucket. So we're saying we're denying everybody who tries to connect to this bucket and perform this particular action in case the action is put object anyone who's trying to write a file to S3 for any file, just copy and paste this, ARN real quick. Any file under this bucket that meets these certain conditions and criteria. And so if they don't have if they have an incorrect encryption header, we don't want it. So the way that you specify that the encryption header needs to be set is you say string not equals, and then the S3X AMZ server-side encryption. And this particular string that we're doing is AES 256. So if that header comes in and its value is not equal to AES 256, we don't want it. We don't want it, and we don't want it. We don't want the file to be able to upload successfully. And so we add that as a condition, and we add that as a condition. And honestly, we can add that as a statement. Now, this alone is not enough to force encryption on every upload. In order to, you also have to be able to deny all encrypted uploads. So we're going to say, hey, if the header doesn't even exist, or if the header's value is null, we don't want the file anyway. And then we just do that with a wild star principle, meaning we don't care who you are, even if you are allowed to connect and access this bucket. We're going to hop into actions, delete, not delete, put object, right there. And we're going to do the same ARN And we're going to add another condition and saying, hey, if this particular header is in fact null, meaning it's not present there, then we also don't want it. And we generate the policy, and this is very similar, and you can compare this policy later. This policy is very similar to what AWS recommends for doing this exact same use case, for specifying and making sure that, hey, we don't want any unencrypted uploads to be allowed, on this bucket. And so the AWS policy generator has that ability. It gives you an easy to go to resource for generating the policies. But when I say that there is the question here is, how do I know what each of these actions are? For S3 alone, it's 96, and one cloud security expert estimated to be over 5,000 actions across AWS. 5,000 access. How do you figure out what each of these does? And there's no shortcut to this beyond going to AWS documentation. That is the primary resource. But some problems are so severe that there are actually open source tooling available to help you protect against them. And so that's why we will be switching to the VM real quick. And we'll be doing a quick demonstration of Parliament. So Parliament is a CI tool which shows you the security of various the security of implications behind various IAM policies. So if we do a quick ls of the dictionary, we see that it only has one file. Let's cat that real quick to show its contents, and we see, okay, this is an IAM policy governing access to S3, and we've got two actions. You've got the get object and the put bucket policy actions for some bucket called bucket. What are the security implications of applying this policy? And that is a question that Parliament is able to answer. So Parliament, we have a file with get with put. And here we go. The reason why this particular policy is insecure is because of this action right here. If you are allowed arbitrary write access into an S3 bucket policy, that's an easy avenue for privilege escalation. So honestly, you can set the buckets policy to whatever you want. If you have an IAM policy, if you're allowed to set the bucket policy to whatever you want, you have the ability to open it up to the entire world. You have the ability to open it up to various different AWS accounts that aren't affiliated to the organization. And you also have the ability to lock it down, to make it to override and take over that S3 bucket so that only one person on a different AWS account could take over it or use it. So that action alone allows for a privilege escalation possibility, and that was detected using Parliament, a free and open source tool. And so if there was a three-step process on just locking down AWS, of wrangling together DevOps done wild, if you're just, I know the AWS well-architected framework is that North Star, where I know that collaboration and team, that is a standard, but how do we get started with just handling the initial dumpster fire? And we could start with the 3 easy steps. Institute a policy, a process for actually reviewing not only changes to the code, but changes to the cloud environment. What do I mean by that? So I don't say DevSecOps. I say secure DevOps. Requires review and analysis when new resources are being provisioned and used. Mention all the code changes and AWS changes in a PR and baking this in the process of the dev. Also, making sure that you can also using CloudFormation templates to have the infrastructure in the code base. So you absolutely know what is being created and what are the infrastructure and the resources from there. How is that influencing the code, and what does that look like in production? That's step number 1. Step number 2 is understanding that you need to have a reasonable amount of isolation and a de-escalation of permissions before something goes live. If something is already live, you need to figure out, okay, what do each of these pieces actually need to communicate with each other? Chances are they don't need full write access. The resources probably don't need full write access to each other. So one of the easiest ways that you can do this is have a separate AWS account for ongoing development projects versus production. We understand that isolation is needed for code. It also needs to be applied to serverless infrastructure with a price tag attached. And making sure that full access permissions just aren't allowed at all. So, and then the third part is a culture change. Security patches are bug fixes. Security improvements are features. Treat them as such. Don't just throw it to the sec team when there's a fire or things are burning down. Try locking it down before you move it to production versus after it's already in production. And then you can use the various tools that I've talked about, that using the policy simulator to debug permissions, and then not only to make sure that these things actually work, but actually go on that next step of securing them. And so using all the techniques we discussed here, we don't have to be left the DevOps that looks like this, or security that acts like this. We can move forward to that genuine collaboration. And we can also, importantly, prevent these headlines. Imagine if attackers, when instead of getting access to an S3 bucket or a particular resource that has admin mode in environment, that they only get access to a particular resource and their permissions are fine-grained, and you've instituted that principle of zero trust throughout each component within the infrastructure. You could save billions of dollars and you could save a lot of misery. And but the tech, fixing the tech isn't the only last problem. We need security champions embedded through development teams and security teams that will help developers and aid them to succeed. There's a lot of Band-Aid fixes. There's a lot of security controls. And our keynote speaker mentioned and went through a lot of that. I'm just going to end with an invitation to join me on that third crusade, to leave the planet in better shape than we entered in, and let's use the technology just to facilitate that. Deus Vult, God wills it. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Sean. That was awesome. Thank you. All right, and I'm checking. Have you been watching the chat?
One almost always works. Exfiltrate. If you need a SQL injection, you can start.
I will definitely.
I haven't seen a lot of questions in there, but we are looks like we've got 300 folks in there right now. So
Okay.
if you want to hang, you're welcome to hang around in the chat if you want. Anybody has any questions? But
Get out of there.
if nothing else, thank you for your time. Awesome job. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so this is B-Sides 2020, B-Sides Oklahoma 2020. This is track 3. We're going to take a few minutes and get our speakers changed out. Back in a few.
There is not time. We have 10 minutes. There is not time. At least a good chunk of this came up. Now, it gives you a roadmap of where you should be able to move around in your additionally, see if there's other databases from the database schema. Try to see database names, see if you can query another database. I mean, we're really getting into the weeds here. You can even try to read some files locally. Start gathering information. Where are you? What are you doing? Have a better idea of how you may impact that environment. Oracle, the same. Full version, users, tables, columns, and current databases. So much. This is not an exhaustive list. This is meant to be an example of all these commands. And if people want my slides offline, definitely reach out to me. I did not start off the intro with how to reach out to me. So I'll do a brief aside. I'm in Slack, just Chris. So definitely, I think I'm the only at Chris here. So definitely double check that and see if you reach out. But I'm also, I created a new Twitter handle, Process Chris. Reach out to me. Process Chris out there. Chris is always engaged. You guys reach out to me. I'm more than happy to go over this more in depth. We're quickly becoming a global community. Definitely reach out and participate. Okay, so get back into it. Oracle, same thing. Oh no, these are more specific. So working with Oracle, we build databases, host names, privileges. There's so much we can do. So there's a lot that we can do with this. SQL, versions, users tables. Okay, we've seen all this. We gotta keep moving. Data targeting.
Nice.
You can grab credit card data, pins, passwords, social security. I mean, these are things that we should be browsing the tables and the column names to see if we can find. So if you can find a column called password, that's pretty good indication that that there are going to be a bunch of passwords in there. Hopefully they're password protected. Hopefully, but that's not necessarily the case. We can also do regex filters, trying to match what information we're able to grab, looking for credit cards.
Yeah.
And we can also look for
I guess you have to spend time
masked
with
and
the family.
unmasked social security numbers using regex filters.
It's time with the family.
Data targeting. Again, you may want some of these keywords. This is how you can build these attacks. Again, all this information is available.
Yeah, hey,
up to you guys. Sensitive data. Once again, Oracle. This is the same.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Attacking, looking for these resources.
Hello.
Microsoft SQL, same thing. We can search for all of this information.
Our previous speaker ended early, so we were
So anything that's a really valuable one.
able to get you queued up whenever you're ready.
What other databases are they using other than the ones that are there?
So we've got about 15 minutes at the top of the hour, so if you want to use some things you need to take care of, we've got a little bit of time.
Yeah, I'll just chill.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
I don't know if I'm live or not, so I'm trying to be.
Some of the master.
Stephen,
Impersonate other individuals, you create
and
system admins, and
I
they
still
gave
feel
your
sorry
account rights
for
to
everything I
create other
probably
system administrators
probably did.
or
Okay.
any low premise.
All right. I like your background, sir. Looks wonderful.
Okay, we're good. Here, I need to know if you can hear this.
I'm sorry?
I need to know if you can hear this. I'm going to play
I can hear
something.
you.
No, this.
Okay. Very faintly.
Is it faint?
Very faintly, yes.
Okay, I'll have to hold it up to like my mic.
We unfortunately that's one of the Zoom characteristics.
But you can hear me fine.
I can hear you fine. Yes, you're
Okay,
loud and
good.
clear, sir.
All right, good. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
So they should be.
Sir, Phil, are you still there?
And by the way, I hope you guys can hear me okay.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Are you about ready?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready.
Are you okay with launching a little bit early?
Yeah, I can start early. It's good. We can use the first 4 minutes to test the audio lag.
Okay.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
You can use the first 4 minutes to test the lag.
Okay. Good deal. Good deal. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and do my announcements and then we'll go ahead and get you launched. Will that be all right?
Sounds good. I'm gonna. Oh boy.
So up next we have Hunter Jones is actually going to join us, and Hunter, let me get you online real quick, buddy. Hunter, if you're there, you can just unmute and start your video, buddy. Awesome.
It's open source free.
Just give you some updates.
I do it for all my recordings for secure ideas, so it's very handy. It works. Just works. It's kind of nice. I see that. Wow, right?
All right.
You almost never get those two together.
I love the shirt. That's awesome. I just caught that. So good afternoon, B-Sides Oklahoma. This is the track 3. This is the year 2 o'clock. We have with us Phil Young, Soldier of Fortran. Let me do my quick announcements before we get carried away. If you haven't gone over to Eventbrite and got your swag ticket updated, you should probably do that fairly quickly. Like after this talk. You got to stay in track 3 to listen to this talk. But after that, you need to go update your ticket. Lunch, if you haven't eaten lunch yet, you should go get the Uber's Eat app installed and go over to tiny.si/BSOK. Pick up your code there. Join us on the Slack channel. This is going to be a really great talk, and we expect a lot of good conversation there. Slack.techlahoma.org. So please join in the conversation. And finally, our CTF is running over at hashtag BSidesOK-CTF. So please join us on the Slack channel for that. And with all that said, please help me welcome Phil Young, Soldier of Fortran. Sir?
Hi, thank you. Let me know when you're ready.
It's all yours, sir.
Alrighty. So this talk came about because learning mainframe hacking is hard, obviously, and a friend of mine wanted to help me come up with a way to get this information across that was more fun than just me yelling at an audience for an hour. So welcome to Mainframe Hacker Choose Your Own Adventure. Before we get started, I need to have my disclaimer. So I'm not here representing my employer. I don't speak on their behalf for this presentation. This is all my own work in spare time, all my own research. Okay, so who am I, right? So the world of mainframe hacking is a very small world. I'm part of or I should say I'm a founding member of the Mainframe Hacker Society. That is the world's largest collective, basically, of mainframe hackers. There's 8 of us total, maybe 9 now. And we share ideas, we share thoughts, we share scripts, we share all kinds of stuff. I've spoken at all the big conferences on like InfoSec conferences, like RSA, RSA, DEF CON, Black Hat, the big ones, except for the CCC, only because I'm not going to Europe over Christmas, because my family would kill me. I also run a class called Evil Mainframe. It's a mainframe pen testing class. We were supposed to teach it at Black Hat, but it doesn't really lend it. Like, we bring an actual mainframe to the class, and it doesn't really lend itself to teaching in a non personal environment. So doing virtual is very hard with the mainframe hacking class, because we literally bring a mainframe in and then you destroy it. I also, so this is a fun thing. I literally just did this. So this is ANSI art from 16 colors. And I wrote a Python script that reads ANSI, converts it to 3270 using assembler. So it's a Python script that'll convert ANSI to the assembler you need to have this show up on your screen. It was a fun project. I learned a ton about 3270 and ANSI art and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so how's this talk going to work? We're hoping that the lag isn't too much. So this is kind of an experiment. If it doesn't work, I'll just hop over to an NJE talk I have about network job entry, and you'll learn all the intricacies of network job entry on the mainframe. But if this works, I'm hoping it does, this would be a fun experience. So basically, the whole intent here is to learn mainframe hacking, to participate. So I am watching the Slack chat as we speak. So any comments, so thank you for the comment on the cover slide, I appreciate it. Any comments, any questions, feel free to ask. All discussions are going to happen in the Slack on this channel. So I'm going to right now do a quick lag check, because the way this works is you are presented with an option, and then I have to wait to see how long it takes you to answer, and then we get a couple of votes, and then we choose that option. If there's one vote, that's fine, we'll still go on. If there's no votes, it doesn't really, you don't learn anything. So I'm going to stop now, and please someone put the words mainframe in the Slack chat. See if my wait music works. Here we go. Oh, that's not so bad. Okay. Okay. Okay, good. This will be totally doable. All right, good. So everything in this talk is going to be based on ZOS. I'm not talking about AS400s. I'm not talking about tandems. I'm not talking about ZVM. I'm only talking about ZOS. The key takeaway from this, I'm hoping the key take, so look, everyone knows about what happened like 3 months ago, where a governor came on and said, "Oh, we don't have we don't have enough COBOL programmers to fix our broken systems." That's not mainframe's fault. Mainframes are modern platforms. They literally came out with a new version. They're coming out with new versions all the time. It's a very exciting space to be in today, in fact. But everyone thinks it's legacy, and it's not legacy. You probably have older Windows boxes running on your environment than your mainframe is. So, all right. So the rest of the talk is about ZOS, and there's some terminology you need to understand. So Rex is a scripting language used and installed. It's part of the core operating system. It is like sort of like if Bash and Python had a kid with no objects. Okay, it's a very powerful scripting language. You can make sockets. I actually wrote a interpreter in Rex. So it's a very powerful scripting language, and you can do all kinds of fun stuff on the mainframe with it. Reverse shells, all kinds of things. RACF, you'll hear us talk about RACF. RACF is the sort of like flagship security product that's installed on every mainframe. Now, when I say install on every mainframe, there are, let's see how I phrase this. There are 2 other security products you can install that will replace RACF. One of them is Top Secret, and one of them is ACF2. Both of those products are owned by Broadcom. You may come across an environment that has one of the Broadcom products, Top Secret, ACF2. This talk's not going to talk about that. We're just going to talk about RACF, because RACF is like north of 70% of the market, right? So chances are you'll encounter RACF before you encounter Top Secret. And everything sort of translates. Like there's only so many ways you can try to fish on the mainframe. And then JCL. So JCL is basically a scripting language for submitting jobs. So instead of you typing a command on your keyboard and running it interactively, you type up the commands you want to run and the files and everything it needs to run in JCL, and then you submit it. And every line in JCL is called a card. All right. Hopefully that's enough terminology. Here we go. I hope you're all ready for a mainframe adventure. So it is a random day, and you get a phone call asking for help. Now, the people who approach you, let's assume they approach you over Twitter DM. They're very respected media luminaries in the hacking sphere. and they know you know how to hack a mainframe, and they don't. So they reach out to you to get your help on hacking a mainframe. And you tell them, of course, I will help you out. Oh, sorry, it wasn't Twitter, it was WhatsApp. You tell them exactly what you need to hack a mainframe. You need Nmap, you need X3270 or C3270, and you need Python. That is literally all you need to hack a mainframe. I mean, if you have Git, it makes things a little faster, but that's all you need to hack this mainframe. Nmap, 3270, and Python. That's it. Several days later. So that's it. So you communicate with them, and you don't hear from them for several days. They hit you up on WhatsApp. Now's the time to go. It is time to go. They give you a username, they give you a password, and they give you a bunch of Windows domain accounts that have been cracked on a pastebin link. And they give you a target. They tell you you need to target this IP address, 10.10.0250, and we're going after a specific user. Target anything you can get for user plague. It's not, you know, if you can own the platform, fine, but just go after this user. So of course, what do you do, right? So, you know, recon is king. So you write down the IP address and you write down plague and you log in to your jump box. So first, obviously, you check the pastebin link that's available. That link works if you wanna try it out. I'll leave it up on the screen for a few seconds here so people can try to type it out in their address bar. But you know, that's a text file with, you know, a handful of accounts that you could use, but they're Windows accounts. They're not mainframe accounts. So who knows if that's going to be helpful or not. First thing you do from your jump box is you conduct an Nmap scan. This is a typical Nmap scan that you would see on a mainframe. It's got FTP running. It's got TN3270 running on 3 separate ports. This is typical of what you would find in a mainframe environment. It's got an HTTP server running, Apache Tomcat, which is typical. And it's got only one of the 3 TN3270 sessions are encrypted, right? So you've got 2 that are unencrypted and 1 that's encrypted. So that's it from your Nmap scan. So now we have a choice. Do we want to look at Tomcat? Do we want to look at FTP? Or do we want to look at one of the 3270 screens? And I'm going to wait for people to start posting in Slack about their choices. I'll give it a few more seconds. I see 1 for FTP, 1 for Tomcat, and 3 for 3270. I'll give it. I don't see anyone else typing. So it looks like we're doing 3270. So away we go. Let's start poking at 3270. TN3270, the workhorse for your mainframes. Ooh, another vote for 3270. Okay, good. So it's weird, right? There's 3 ports running TN3270. So we need to see what's running on those screens. So we use an Nmap script called TN3270 screen, and this comes with Nmap. You can just, if you have Nmap now on Kali, TN3270 screen exists. So first we run it and we see on port 23, I guess this is Ellingson Mineral Corp, and this is their mainframe environment, and some legalese that tells you a bunch of information. But okay, boring. If we connect in, it's exactly what we would see, just with color, right? So the Nmap scan, same thing if we connect in with our corporate, you know, our X3270. So okay, fine. Next is port 992. So this is encrypted. I mean, Nmap even calls it Telnet S for some reason, but it's encrypted. The same thing. It's the exact same screen. Ellingson Mineral Corp mainframe. Okay, so obviously 1 is for encrypted, and everyone's supposed to use that, and the other one's left for legacy reasons, and they never shut it off. Okay, whatever. So finally, the last one is port 2323, and let's see. let's see if this is any different. Well, it takes you straight to Kix, and it gives you a logical unit at the bottom of the screen called BSLVLU01. Okay, so if you noticed in the previous one here, we have an LU at the bottom right of the screen there, smog LU01. But now when we look at Kix, this Kix screen, we get a different logical unit. So that's something to dig into. Okay, so what you're looking at when you've connected here is called VTAM. On port 992 and 23, if you type IBM test, you get a reply that's like IBM Echo and then ABCD all the way through the alphabet and then 0 through 9. When you connect to an environment and you type IBM test like that in that 3270 session, you will see that you're in VTAM. And what does that mean? You can explore. So you're now technically on an SNA network, and you can explore the network by typing logon Apple ID something else, or going logon app, or just typing random application names that you think exist, TSO, Kix, whatever, right? All kinds of things, NetView, right? You can try to guess application names. So that's VTAM. Now, when you connect to VTAM, you get a logical unit. Instead of taking you to VTAM on port 2323, instead of giving you just like the generic VTAM screen, it takes you straight to an application called Kix. Kix is basically the proto web server before, actually I think I defined it here anyways. So VTAM, so like I was saying, so VTAM, you pass it a command, logon Apple ID, whatever. It has to be 8 characters. So logon Apple ID, less than 8 characters, not 8 characters. And if that application exists, your terminal is connected to that application ID, and then you can do what you want to do. So say, for example, if you wanted to do Kix, and you knew that the application ID was Kix 2020, you would type logon Apple ID Kix 2020, and that would take you to Kix, right? Instead of connecting to port 2323. Okay, basically you have to think of it like you're guessing URLs on a web server to try to connect to some specific app running at various random directories, right? Similar thing here, or running a port scan. Basically, when you're doing like VTAM, you're almost like doing a port scan in SNA. Not really. I'll get yelled at by mainframers later, but for the junior audience here. So now we have a choice. Do we want to look at that random Kix screen that gives us an LU that's weird, or do we want to take a look at VTAM, the other applications in VTAM? And hopefully the sound effects is coming across. All right, I see a bunch of people typing LU. I got 2 votes for LU. I'll let it go, maybe 3-4 more seconds. I know there's a big delay. Oh, and there's a thumbs up for LU. So I'm gonna assume that's LU. Randy, your comment, assuming you're configuring in RackF to access the app, there's nothing that stops you from getting to the app, and it depends if they've implemented login. Like if there's no requirement to log into an app, you don't have to log in, right? Like Kix, if you don't have any Kix security turned on, I can access all your Kix transactions through VTAM without question. So anyways, all right. So I guess LU wins here. I see 4 votes for LU. Let's do some LU testing, shall we? Let's see, well, there we go. LU application. So using the Nmap script, there's an Nmap script, again, comes with Nmap today, LU enum. You scan through the logical units that exist. So you're guessing logical units that exist. So you're assigned a logical unit, but you can actually tell the 3270 emulator which logical unit you want to use when you connect to 3270. Okay, so you run through this stuff, and you notice that as you're running through these, like, so you go through BSidesLV LU01 through BSLV LU99, and at BSLV LU50, the application changes, but it's just TSO. So here's a whole bunch from Nmap is what your output looks like. And it looks like LU, BSLV LU57 is a valid credential. And it's just, so we're gonna test one of those out here in in our 3270 emulator to see, what's going on. So we're going to connect to port 2323, but we're going to give it an LU here specifically that we want to connect to. So BSides LV-LU51 takes us straight to TSO. Instead of taking us to Kix like it did originally, now it takes us to TSO. It's interesting, but it's just TSO. Right? So it's not really that groundbreaking of a finding. So okay, so who cares? We're going to move on to VTAM. So what we're going to try to do here is we're going to use a Nmap script called VTAM enum to enumerate all the application IDs. Now, knowing that you're in a corporate environment, before I start showing you the enumeration, knowing that you're in a corporate environment, you would typically look for LPAR names, Kix transaction ID names, Kix region names. You would search application ID, or maybe you would search like 3270 help guide, and that will be on some SharePoint site. Or, I'm trying to think of like a good, Roomba instructions, right? And that would give you at least an application ID to try that you could build off of. Typically, they're going to be named TSO 1 through 35, or TSO prod 1, that's 8 characters, or Kix 1 through 20, or there's all kinds of names, right? There's no specific name, but typically you can try to guess these things. MBS 10 would be like something, MBS 0 through 10 you could try, like TSO MBS 1 through 9. There's all kinds of things. So anyway, so we're just going to run it with the defaults that Nmap comes with, and we're going to do a VTAM enumeration here. And actually, there's a few others that we tested here. So we have 3 valid application IDs that we can now use to go after this environment. TSO, A06 TSO, and Kix 52. So we're going to take a look at each of these 3. So first thing is going to be, let's see, probably TSO. So we're going to look at TSO. Okay, just TSO. And what is TSO? We're going to find out today. So it's just TSO. Fine, that's good. Let's try A06 TSO, and it takes us to TSO. Okay, what a surprise. And last but not least, let's see what happens now. Obviously, Kix TS52 is going to take us to Kix. Right, so here we go. So now we are in. So now we've explored all 3 of our options here. So like I said earlier, Kix is like a proto web server. Basically, there was a power company, and they wanted a way to have interactive screens that a person could interact with, that had design and templates and all that stuff, so you could do that kind of stuff. And when you connect to a region, think of that as a server. So if you connect to like Kix TS52, that's called a region. And the same thing, so say if you had like Apache running on port 80, you would call that an Apache server. And then if you had it running on a different one running on port 8080, that would be a different Apache server. Kix regions are the same thing. You could have Kix TS51 and 52, and those are 2 separate regions that are running on the same mainframe. On each Kix transaction is essentially like its own web page. It has a template called the BMS map, and then it has code behind it that does stuff to fill in the template or take user input from the template. It is wild reading like programming books for Kix, because it's talking about how, oh, you have sessions and you have to manage like non-interactive users, and it's like that's what the web has been for 30 years. But they literally invented it before the web existed. And then TSO it stands for time sharing option, and it's essentially the shell prompt for your mainframe environment. So if you connect into TSO, you are essentially acting like an admin. You can run all kinds of commands, command line, you can access files, folders, all that kind of stuff. Okay, it's a shell. You want typically to get access to TSO, so you don't need it. If you can run JCL, JCL is even better than TSO if you know what you're doing. Most don't, so that's why we target TSO in a course like this. So again, where are we going now? Do we want to dig into Kix, or do we want to dig into TSO? I'm going to hoping the sound works. Okay, we got 1 vote for kicks. If I don't get any more votes, we got 1 vote for kicks. Uh-oh. TSO. Yeah, that's 2 vote for kicks. I think we're gonna do, okay, good. I'm glad you can hear. Okay, so we got 2 votes for kicks and 1 vote. Oh, 3 votes for, okay, good. So I hope, and there's not another vote for TSO. Too late, we're going for kicks. Let's take a look at kicks. You connect to kicks and you get presented with what's called the good morning transaction. So you connect in and you get this. This is the good morning transaction when you connect into kicks. Okay, it's called CSGM. It doesn't do anything, it just sits there. Now we have a choice. Do we want to try to enumerate the transaction IDs to see if there's any that we can access without authentication? Or do we want to try the accounts that we have from Windows, the Windows domain, to see if they work in kicks? Okay, we got 1, 2, 3 votes. 3 votes for enum, 1 vote for boot. So we're going to do enum. See if I can. Oh no. Well, looks like this talk is going to end early. Using kicks enum, you try to guess kicks transactions, and a bunch of the transactions you hit cause errors. They're called abends in kicks. These errors get noticed by operations. Those errors aren't normal, and when they see a bunch, obviously you're not in a production kicks environment because otherwise it would be a big deal, but instead they decide to just shut kicks down instead. So I guess we don't really have a choice. We're going to be looking at TSO, since kicks is now blocked off from us. All right, let's look at TSO. So using the list of users from the domain, you're going to use an nmap script called TSO enum. And that script is going to see how many accounts from Windows, from the Windows domain, actually have access to TSO. And the reason you can do this is because in Top Secret, unless you've turned on the TSO password pre-prompt setting, it's a mouthful, TSO password pre-prompt. Unless you turn that on, you can enumerate user IDs in TSO. So you type logon Apple ID TSO, hit enter, type in whatever user ID you want to try, hit enter, and it'll come back and say either enter your password or sorry, that user doesn't have access to TSO. So typically that user doesn't exist. So you do that first. And after doing the enumeration of the thousands of Windows domain accounts you have, you notice that only 20 Windows accounts have TSO access. So they're using the same user ID and the same password on the mainframe as they would in the domain. So taking those 20, so now instead of trying to brute force, and the key thing here is doing that typically won't trigger an alarm because you're not causing invalid accounts. You're just trying an account and it says, sorry, that account doesn't exist, right? You're not brute forcing an account. However, if you try a username and password that doesn't exist, it will not work. So using those 20 accounts, we run another nmap script called TSO. See, I told you at the beginning, you really just, for the first bit, you really only need nmap to break into a mainframe. Now, once you've broken in, you need more. But to get in, you really only need nmap now. So we use a script called TSO brute. And for the record, I wrote all these scripts. So I'm not just taking someone else's work here. And we find a valid user, info s demo. So obviously some demo account used for sales or testing or who knows. But there's info s 10 demo. So maybe infosec 10, who knows. So here's what it looks like when you run that scan against the mainframe environment. So here we go. whole bunch of accounts tested. And this is how fast it goes. It's really quick, and boom, we've got one account. I got lucky, at least we got one. So we're gonna try this one account and see what we have access to. We log into demo, and the first thing we try to see if we can get information about the user plague. Remember way back at the beginning, we wanted to know, can we get information about a user called the plague? Okay, so we'll go back and see if we can do LU plague. So LU is like a who am I, but you can run it against other users so you can see information about that other user. So if you type just LU, it just gives you information about yourself. But since we type LU plague, it should give us information about another user. Instead, it comes back saying that we do not have access to run that command. We can run LU on ourselves, but if we pass it a user ID, we are not allowed to connect and run. Well, we're not allowed to run that command against other user IDs. So it looks like the system might be a little more locked down than we anticipated. So it's time to do some enumeration. Everyone's favorite part of the OSCP. It's time to do a whole bunch of enumeration. So you download the tools from this website, and we start doing some enumeration. So there's a whole bunch of tools in that toolkit for doing mainframe enumeration. But there's really only 3 that we're going to use right now to do our initial enumeration, especially in RACF. These 3 are really, really helpful. So first, enum, then we have another one called search-rx, and then APF check. So enum is a rec script, and it gathers system information about the system that's installed. You know, where's the RACF database being stored? What is my level of access? Because you're not, like, if you can run LU, but you can't see all your statuses in memory. So, because all your sort of permissions, like high-level permissions, are stored in memory when you log in. But you don't have access to it unless you know where to look. This rec script knows where to look. And the best part about enum is it uses memory calls, so it's undetectable. Unless you're catching it as it's coming into your mainframe environment, you don't see it, right? So it does a whole bunch of checks against memory and then prints it to the screen. Okay, so you can search RX uses a RACF command called search. So on search, you can search for all kinds of things, and it'll tell you what your user has access to on the system. So if you type search, let's see, search facility class, you want to search the facility class for all the profiles that give you read access to any, it's like bpx.star, I think. No, that's Unix. Yeah, just surrogate. You're looking in the facility class for any surrogate profiles that you have read access to. That means you can run a job as any user that you have read access to. You might look for Unix privs in the RACF database to see, can you mount a file that runs in Unix on the mainframe? Yes, mainframes have Unix. Mainframes have always come with Unix for about 40 years now and 30 years. And you can just run Unix commands in Unix, right? But you can also mount file systems in Unix, and that means you can mount file systems with your tools with elevated privileges if you have certain permissions and you use search to find those permissions. And then APF check. We don't really delve too much into what APF check is, but you need to know APF is basically, so you have what's called APF libraries. An APF library is a folder. So libraries, this is a key thing. It took me years to figure this out. A library is a folder on the mainframe. APF check, so if you put a compiled binary in an APF authorized library and run it, you will be able to get to ring 0. Okay, I know I'm dumbing it way down because that's not technically, it's technically called key 0, and there's a whole bunch of other things. You can go into, like, it's not supervisor state. There's a whole bunch of stuff, okay? Don't worry about that. Just know it's basically the equivalent of getting ring 0 in like a Windows environment. Okay? If you can put it's basically like a set UID 0 folder, where if you can put something in that folder, you now have the ability to execute it with elevated privileges. Okay, that's how we have to, that's how you have to think of it. Okay, so that's APF check. I see votes for enum already. So we upload all of our tools to a data set, info s10.tools.src, right? There's, because it's the source, like APF check is a thing you need to compile. So we upload our tools to this folder. Now look, it's info s10.toolsrc. That is a PDS, so that is a partition data set. You could have uploaded these into non-partition data sets, that would have worked too. But yeah, thanks. Okay, so I already see 3 votes for enum. And unless someone really runs searchrx or APF check and floods the votes with 3 fake accounts, I'm gonna just go with enum. I don't know. I'm gonna, I spent a lot of time looking up this Creative Commons sound, so I'm gonna play that anyways while some other votes come in. Okay, I guess enum wins. Alrighty. Let's take a look at what we get with enum. So you run the enum script. Now it has a whole bunch of options to pass it. You don't care. You pass it the all command argument, and you get all the information dumped to the screen that you want. So here we go. We're going to run it with and this is exactly how you run a rec script, execute, and then the folder, and then the file inside the folder, and then we pass it the argument all, and we get all this information from the system. So we can see all the password settings. We can see, our users being audited. We can see, what we're running, the job name, what the password settings are. So are enhanced password settings turned on, yes or no? What other jobs are running? How many users are on the system? Again, all this is just chilling out in memory, so you get access to it. All the APF authorized data sets. So now we're looking at, here's all the folders, SVCs. I don't have time to really get into SVCs, but I would recommend that you take a look at Big Endian Small's talk from Black Hat last year, or was it 2 years ago, where he goes through and tells you how to disassemble and find vulnerabilities in SVCs. And it's an amazing talk. I would recommend you go watch that after the conference, so that you can go see really some state-of-the-art mainframe hacking happening. So we get all this information. That start one account looks interesting. There's a start one account running. Did we already look at it? I don't think so. Oh, well, nothing else really jumps out at that output, for me at least. So we go back. Again, so enum really didn't give us too much information. It's fine, we get dead ends in pen testing all the time. So what should we do next? Oh, I see a few people typing. So okay, APF check. APF check, I got 2 votes for APF check. Unless I see someone start typing soon, I'm gonna assume we're gonna do APF check. Alrighty, APF check it is. Let's see what happens here. Using JCL included with APF check, that's nice of me. You submit the job, it compiles, automatically runs, and spits the output into SDSF. We don't talk, we barely talk about SDSF, but SDSF is basically a place for you to see input and output from jobs. It's not that, it's way more than that, but in the time we have left, I could give, so in the class that we teach, I could teach a whole day on SDSF. Well, maybe not a day, at least 5 hours. It is very powerful, so much you could do here. But right now, we're looking at the output from the job. So notice we have a job called comp APF in the top that ran, and this is the output. So there's the JES message, right? So that's telling you what happened, what the output looks like. Then there's JES JCL. So JES JCL is what we sent into JES. So JES stands for Job Entry Subsystem, right? So that's the job controller. When I submit a job, it goes into JES 2, and that's called job. So when you write JCL, that's job control language, and you submit it into your job entry system, which will then process the JCL and do what the JCL tells it to do. And it does it under your ID. under your user ID unless you have server authority. So JSJCL is literally just the JCL that you submitted. Now, we purposefully put the output here because we want to see it. There's another version of APF check that runs and connects to a listener on Netcat on any IP address, and you can tell it to not save the output in SDSL. So you could run it. It connects on a network port, streams the results to your machine, and then it deletes itself. And because the program compiles itself in a temporary data set, it never actually exists, the compiled version. Now the code obviously exists on disk because you have to get it there, but if you delete that, then it's gone. All right, so the messages, that's like what did Des have to say about your program? And then we have the steps. So there's 3 steps, assemble, link, and go. So first you assemble the program, then you link it, and then the go is the execution piece, and that's where our output's gonna be. And that's what our output looks like. So it's gonna gather the lists of data, so it's gonna look for, and again, so the way this works is it checks in memory to see what APF authorized libraries exist on the system. So it's not querying anything, it's just asking in memory what data sets exist on the system, and that's in memory. Everyone's allowed to read it. And then it uses a command called rack route to check your access. It's not asking for access. Well, it basically says, hey, if this user wanted to access this file, what would you say? And it comes back and says, here's your level of access, okay? And depending on your settings and depending on your audit settings, it may or may not trigger alerts. That's why we do it this way. There's other ways you could have done this. You could have just tried to edit them all. That should drive alerts. But this is the quietest way to do it. So we scroll through the whole list and look at that at the very bottom. Someone has some old library sitting out there that this user has update access to. There's 3 levels of access. There's read, update, and oh shoot, I can't remember the third one. It's not update, it's higher than update. But basically it means you can delete the file. So update essentially means we can add stuff to it, we just can't delete it. So we have APF authorization. So we're going to write a simple high-level assembler program, and we're going to compile it and place it under the name IOECM. We pick IOECM for a very specific reason, and that's because it's part of TSO auth. Now we're getting into the super weeds. Assume that you are a mainframe super hacker and know why it's IOECM, or I'll leave it up to the chat to tell me why they think it's IOECM, but that's what it's got to be. It could be anything in TSO auth, but it's got to be that one of those. And so we just pick one that we're going to run it as. Now, what this program does is when you run it, it's going to basically, so when you log into the mainframe, you get your user ID is like your user information. It's called the ACE block. It's shoved into memory in your virtual address space. And then you continue to log it. And then when you do stuff, the operating system queries that location in memory for things like what your user ID is, what level of access you have at a high level. Are you system operator? Are you system programmer? That kind of thing. So if I say was able to become a IBM user, like that's the master user in RACF by default, or IBM sys1, then I could do whatever I want on the system because I have full control of the RACF database. And it's only querying your user ID in memory. I'm sure it's doing a lot more than that, but you copy the whole memory region of this program. So what this program does is it basically overwrites that region of memory for you and says, now you're this new user. It's exactly the same like changing your effective user ID in Unix. So if you, say for example, you can create a set UID program in Linux, you create a super simple C program that changes your effective UID to 0 and your UID to 0, you run it, and now you're running as UID 0. It's the same thing, except you just give it a username. And the way this works is because it's APF authorized, you don't need to supply a password. So you run this macro called rack route, you don't give it a password, and then all of a sudden now you're running as the user that you want to target. Now, the challenges are because you've done this, now you saw me in that text editor, you saw me in SDSF, because we're doing this like trickery within TSO, we don't actually have the capabilities to like edit a file, to launch ISPF, that it's really limited. So you upload a really simple program written in Rex called cat. It's a super simple Rex script. There's instructions online how to do it all over the place. You write a super simple Rex script called cat and upload that to a place where you know that you can run it, so that when you do change your user ID, you can execute this script to actually look at files, right? Because otherwise you can't really do, you can move files around and stuff. In fact, another way, if we had more time in a virtual session like this, what you could have done is you could copy any file that you want into your HLQ. That's the first part of your username. If a file starts with your username on the mainframe, you have access to it no matter what the system says, right? That's the first thing it checks. Does the file start with your user ID? Is it user ID dot? Then you have access to it. So if you can copy stuff to your user ID, you can read it no matter what. But it's being able to do that gets challenging. So we're just going to use cat because it's easier for this. So here we go. So we're going to log in as our user, InfoS10. We have access to nothing. It's just a demo account, but it can, so we're going to try to execute this program and look up this garbage file that we were told that we need to look at. We don't have access to that file, obviously, right? So infosec cat, or our cat tool bombs out if you don't have access. So now we're going to call our APF authorized program. And now we're running as our target user. So we're the user of the plague, we have access to whatever we want. Now, because it starts with the plague user ID, we can see the contents of this file. And we can see that it's some kind of maybe bank account and a amount followed by the line number. Great, we did it. Good job, team. So we found the evidence we were looking for. So we package up all that account, we take that account file, that garbage file that we found, we package it up, and it's super easy to move things up. I mean, you could just screen record if you wanted to. We close our laptop and we leave the coffee shop that we were hiding out in to do all this sweet mainframe hacking. The next day. So you decide that you're going to watch a show on HBO and you're going to actually watch it live. And all of a sudden, the signal cuts out, the screen goes dark, and it's replaced by some teenager. And you recognize the screen, the number that's on the bottom of the screen, from the very file that you sent to Razor the day before. Okay, so we did it. We were able to hack the mainframe. We only had them shut off kicks, so I'm sure they're going to come looking for us, because frankly, having that many kicks events, they will find you eventually, because they'll want to find who to yell at for causing that much problems. But we did it. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you for playing. Normally, at this point, since we bombed out on kicks, does anybody want to see the other path for kicks? Instead of, I got about 5 minutes to go here. Does anybody want to see that that other kick side instead of? Otherwise, I can just go. Yeah, Hoop says they want to see it. 1 vote, good enough for me. That's oh, I should play. Should I play my 14-second lag sound here? Here, I'll give everyone else some. It doesn't matter. I got enough. I got enough replies here to go through it. Holy moly, my screen stopped sharing. Let me not. I don't want to spoil it, so I'm gonna go back to the kicks part. Let's see here. I mean, there's so many things you could have done here, but instead, let's see here. Okay, let me go back and share my screen again, just so I don't want to spoil anything here. So 3270 takes us. Okay, so we did 3270, we talk about doing our port scans, we talk about doing all of our fun stuff, right? And then we have a choice to make. Okay, so we, oops. Let's assume, so we did VTAM, and we find a bunch of applications running, right? TSO, Kix, and these you're gonna find almost everywhere. Like I would be shocked if you don't find a Kix transact, like a Kix region running on the mainframe. Okay, so we're back at Kix. So we talked, we looked. Now we have a choice. Do we want to do enum or brute? And who remembers what we did last time? Did we do enumeration? Did we do account enumeration, or did we do, or sorry, transaction enumeration, I should say, or did we do brute? Anybody remember? Yes, that's exactly right. So you did, the answer was enumeration. So we tried to enumerate the Kix transaction. Now remember what I said. In Kix, it's like a proto web server. You have transactions. Transactions are 4 characters long. So you can enumerate that address space fairly quickly. However, if you do that, you can cause abends. If you don't have, especially if you don't have access to the transaction, you will cause errors, and someone will see those errors, typically. I mean, they might not. Like maybe they're, maybe you're on some dev region and no one cares. But typically, if they see that many, okay, so using the Kix user brute script, we find that 10 accounts had access to Kix. That's good. That's less than the 20. So manually, using 3270, we check to see which of those accounts have access to a transaction called CEMT. Now, CEMT is basically the PHP info of Kix. If you can now it's way more than that again, but I only have like 5 minutes left. So CEMT is basically the PHP info. So we run an mmap script called CEMT info, and that's going to gather information using CEMT. Now, it's obviously not like PHP info where it's in one nice screen. It's all over the place. And so you can see the script is running specific CEMT commands to gather information from Kix, and then it just spits it out all into mmap. So if you're running this as part of a script, you can dump this to XML and then put it into whatever, automation if you want. So these are all the transactions. So remember before where we would just try random transactions and hope they work. Well, now we know what transactions exist on this system. And looking at the output, we see that CEDA is enabled. CEDA is a transaction that allows you to add, remove, change, do all kinds of stuff within Kix. Okay, but depending on the configuration, it allows you to submit JCL. And there's a tool that exists to do that called Kixpwn. I saw someone in the chat already posted Kixpwn. So you clone the Kixpwn repo, we run it again on our Kix region, knowing that we have access. And I have to say this, the Kixpwn was a tool written by IU. It's fantastic. If you can use it today, use it. I think we have, the Mainframe Hacker Society has a repo that will, I think, fix some of the challenges. But it's basically a local file include vault. So how this works is it uploads a file and then tells Kix to call it, basically. So we run it, and you can see here that we're going to get a reverse shell. So Kixpwn is running using a Kix local file include vulnerability, and it's actually going to create a bind shell. So it's going to create a bind shell running on port 4445, and we're going to connect in with MCAT on that port. And there we go. Now we have a TSO account, and looks like we're running as, let's see, what user are we here? Anyone want to tell me? Oh, we're running as user start 1. Interesting. We look at the user ID. You look at the user ID and see you're running start 1. You try creating a new user with this command, but you get denied. This shell is really limited. Doing anything in that environment is really a pain. And then looking around further, you see that this account is also locked out. So looks like Kix was a dead end, another dead end. So you decide to instead take a look at TSO, and that was the path we took. And with that, Let's see here. With that, I'll say thank you. Thank you for having me. This was a great opportunity. I reached out to see if I could do this.
This is absolutely. Do you want this?
Well, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. And, if there's any questions, I'll be in the chat.
Yeah.
To take any questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate it. Great talk. And as Phil mentioned, he'll be in the chat for a little bit longer to answer any questions or anything that you've got. And for those playing at home, this is the track 3, B-Sides Oklahoma 2020, coming up on our last speaker. So bear with me while we change out. Thanks.
Thanks again.
Test. We are live and streaming, aren't we?
I've got you shut down.
Okay, good. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna try this lapel out. Let me know if it has.
Thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate this. It's fine.
How loud is it? Is that good?
Me talking. So I think it's fine.
Here, say something.
Com check. Com check. I'm looking at it. Com check. Thanks everybody again for joining us today.
Okay, test. Okay, headset microphone is on. Do we really need to show the face? Got the face. Okay, and I don't want to do the whole desktop, do I?
Let me just real quick thank our sponsors real quick. Our platinum sponsors, Fortinet, GuidePoint Security. We really appreciate you guys just coming alongside us and really helping us out. Our gold sponsor, Critical Start, Alias Forensics, True Digital Security. That's my personal favorite, in case you don't know. I have to say that I'm legally obligated, and if I don't, my boss is will basically I'm not work there anymore. Secure Ideas.
Are you seeing it?
This guy right here, look at him. I love him. We're not
Why is
socially distancing people. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Totally. This is that was a virtual sweetie right there. Is what that was. Pinpoint Security. Sponsor shout out. And our silver sponsors, thank you so much to Checkpoint.
Oh, got it.
And our contributor sponsors, and this is the people who actually are really helping us today on the technical stuff.
Yeah, well, and I was trying to follow up.
They provided the one sponsor today. And being able to start the Zoom happened today. And SafeNet just do you want to go early or do you want until 3? Job providing us a facility here that we can work out.
Well, we could totally go a little early if people want to try to leave to get home sooner. I guess you're already probably home, isn't everybody? Enum. Oh man, the last talk was so awesome. I bet. I wish I could have seen it. Hope everybody enjoyed that. It was the Choose Your Own Venture, wasn't it?
No. Yeah, that was Choose Your
Own
Venture through.
So Phil, for mainframe hacker, you look much younger than I actually expected, Phil. So I meant to say that to you like last week, but awesome work what you're doing out there, Phil, and really appreciate you taking the time to come out and talk at B-Sides. Awesome work that Nathan Swain was able to pick you up, but yeah, thank you so much. Thanks, Natron. It looks like I'm definitely hot and live. So here, let's go ahead and do we not have any kind of vendor or anything like this in between? Do y'all hear a lot of background noise or anything, or is this a good? Hey.
Your video and your mic shut down. I'm not sure how you're getting out.
Okay, you have them both shut down? Cool. Oh, really? Okay. So,
My announcements if you're ready.
go ahead and do your announcements if you like.
May actually slap back. So
now it's trying to open 77 tabs.
Sound check.
You're lucky.
I know.
Well, it's a little noisy at the end of the day, so bear with us. So we're coming up on the 3 o'clock track here. This will be the last session for this track. If you have not got your swag ticket updated, I'm not sure how much longer that's going to be open, so I would take care of that after this talk. Are you not hearing me?
You're kind of like an echo.
Because my mic's all the way over there. Com check. Does that sound better?
I haven't seen where they can actually just straight up kill.
It's still pretty noisy.
It is still pretty noisy.
Yeah. I mean, I'm hearing more background noise than I am. You can hear me at all?
I can hear you, but there's a lot of.
Okay. So I'm gonna sit right here. So this is the last track for last speech, last talk for track 3 here at BSides Oklahoma 2020. It's been an awesome adventure.
Hey, Nathan, Chris. We're moving in the other room.
And
we're getting a lot of feedback. I am.
all right, so I'm gonna get through this and then I'll get up to like.
So I apologize to all you people out there that are looking at me head on. Because
where is this other feedback coming from?
Right now.
That's, yeah.
Test. You hear me? Is there any feedback? Okay, give me 1 second, everybody. Try it again, test.
Com check 1 2 3. Com check 1 2 3.
It's literally an echo.
Bear with us while we change out. Last talk of the day.
It's a BSidesOK-CTF channel. There we go.
Com check 1 2 3.
I don't know how we're gonna get over this. All right, welcome to track 3. This is James Lawler. I'm going to be go ahead and kicking us off. I hope there's no more crazy feedback, reverberation and vibration and whatever kind of things that was going on there. But I hope there's only one of me that each of you hear. Again, swag, Eventbrite, registration, and everything like that. Lunch, hopefully y'all have already eaten. But tiny.si/BSOK. And then, of course, if you're not in Slack, probably want to get out on there. Slack.techlahoma.org. Conversation's going, and so far it's been a great one in all 3 tracks. I really appreciate all the back and forth that's been going on. Even as a virtual conference, it seems like I'm still glad to see the quote unquote hallway con still happening. All right, and if there's no more questions, I'm going to go ahead and get this talk going. Just to not have to keep anybody around for any longer on a Friday than they have to. Again, sorry about the background noise. Hopefully it's not too terrible or too unbearable. If it is, I can definitely move to another room, or at least another area of the room, but hopefully it should die down here shortly. All right, so my talk today is going to be about PKI, or public key infrastructure, and HTTPS interception. The thing about this talk, I kind of wanted to give... Thank you. The reason why I'm giving this talk is it was actually a request by one of the clients that kind of wanted to understand PKI and those kind of things, and then also how would they implement a forward proxy HTTPS man in the middle type scenario. Forward proxy meaning any requests forwarding out of your network, as opposed to a reverse proxy where you're essentially sitting in front of a web application, protecting it that way. This is essentially protecting your users from malicious stuff out on the internet and still being able to inspect it. But let's go ahead and we're going to dive into all of this. And here's the contents. I'm going to try to level out the playing field a little bit. So there's going to be some elementary terms we're going to kind of go over in the whole workflow of asymmetric cryptography, some, I guess, digital signing, and then PKI architecture overview in general. And then we're going to kind of go into some tools and software that I've used and some gotchas with that, and then lessons learned from implementing a PKI a couple times myself. And then the next part of this talk is going to be over HTTPS interception, kind of what that architecture looks like that I've implemented myself, the gotchas with that, as well as some lessons learned there. I have the Slack open, so if there's any questions throughout this, I'm more than happy to stop and answer those. But of course, there'll be time hopefully after as well to answer any questions. But here we go. All right, so PKI. The first thing I want to kind of go over, and again, this is very, very elementary potentially for most, but it's kind of good to get this out because these are the building blocks of what public key infrastructure is and how to build that trust system. And of course, Alice and Bob seem to be the normal, the usual suspects in these kind of scenarios. And so you have Bob with a public and private key, as well as Alice with a public and private key. Well, Alice wants to send Bob some secret stuff. And so in order for Alice to be able to send Bob some secret stuff without using a pre-shared or same key, you can actually use asymmetric cryptography to do that. So the first thing that Alice does, she takes Bob's public key and encrypts the secret stuff to then send this encrypted secret stuff with his key that Bob, hopefully him being the only one with a private key, can decrypt. So pretty straightforward. You use the other person's or the recipient's public key to encrypt the stuff that they can only then use their private key to decrypt. There's a lot of math behind that, but that's at a high level what's going on with asymmetric cryptography. Now, digital signatures. Now, this is a digital signature is essentially allows and creates non-repudiation. And so, in other words, you can assure that it definitely came from that person by the use of PKI and those kind of assurances built into there. And so in order to sign a document, the first thing you do, you create a hash of that document, whatever that may be. It could be, hey, I love you. And you want to validate that, yeah, Alice really loves Bob. Well, first Alice makes a hash, and I put SHA-2 because hopefully you're using a SHA-2 type hash or SHA-256, 384, and I believe 512 are current key sizes that you can use, but SHA-2 is the accepted hashing algorithm currently. Once you have that hash, Alice then encrypts that hash with her private key, as you can see there. Once that's encrypted, she then sends that encrypted hash over to Bob. Bob then takes that hash, decrypts it with Alice's public key to get the SHA-2 hash, and then Bob himself will hash that important stuff document, the I love you, Bob, let's say, and then he then goes ahead and validates and compares those two hashes. Hey, are they the same? If so, then it was definitely Alice who loves me. If not, who knows who loves him? Maybe it's James. So that again, the very, very elementary way to go over it, but just real quick, how you encrypt and then how you sign using asymmetric cryptography. Okay, now this is the cool part. This is how HTTPS TLS 1.2 handshakes occur. So kind of wrapping in the asymmetric encryption that we just talked about, as well as now the signing and validating, hey, that website is who they are. This is kind of that workflow. So the first thing you have to do whenever you make a GET request to a website, usually you have to do a connect first. Now, Alice doesn't generally ever share her key or need to share her key with her website. I put it here just so that way, in some cases you have like early TLS or mutual TLS where the web service will validate that that client is who that client says they are. If not, then in most cases, all you're going to have is the server send its public key, or Alice is going to request that public key from the server. But just in case, I put them both there. Now, with that public key, Alice encrypts a shared secret. This shared secret is then sent over to the website. That shared secret is actually the secret used to establish that encrypted tunnel, so to speak. And that's after the validations of, okay, is that website who they are, and those kind of things. And so it's actually a one-time pre-shared secret that actually creates a HTTPS tunnel, which is kind of weird. And I didn't know that for the longest time until a few years back. And so I just thought that was kind of interesting how HTTPS, it is using asymmetric cryptography, but then it creates a symmetric key to build that encrypted, potentially, hopefully trusted tunnel. All right. And so now, okay, I'm almost done, I promise. And so this is going to be the last, well, next to last little workflow or elementary whatever walkthrough on these architectures. So this right here is how you would create a two-tier architecture, a PKI two-tier architecture, where you have a root CA and then you have issuing subordinate CAs or certificate authorities. And so the first thing you do is you have to go ahead and create or generate a root certificate and then sign it. And usually in that signing, you're going to have, if you're using Windows AD, and I think we'll kind of go over some of these attributes, but you have to give it a certificate authority attributes on that certificate when you go to sign it. And it is a self-signed, but you have to first establish the root. Once you do that, you go ahead and then create a private key on whatever web service, or actually in this case, this is the issuing certificate CAs. You create a private key or private certificate and then generate a CSR from that private certificate. So that's what these are. These are CSRs. These CSRs will then go over to the root certificate authority, and that is then signed by the root authority to then be sent back to the issuing CAs for them to now be signed by that root authority. And that gives you a CA trust path. And so whenever you see a root or a certificate chain, you'll see issuing CAs usually above the web service, and then above the issuing CAs, the root certificate authority. And you can have multiple layers. It doesn't have to just be two-tier, but this is what I implemented. And I suggest any internal company implement, given this proper size and those kind of things, implement a two-tier architecture. And so once you sign those issuing CAs, you then have to distribute those to a CRL or establish an online certificate OCSP protocol. I can't remember what, it's somewhere around here. But the OCSP type endpoint, so that way you can do lookups of the certificates as well as the root cert to validate, hey, are these certificates even revoked, or are they still good? Or is it even part of that root trust authority? And let me validate that by going to this, the certificate distribution point or the authority information access location. Once you distribute those, then you can go ahead and actually start registering new sites. And so let's go ahead and register securideas.com. And so securideas.com, usually you go ahead and do the same thing what you do on an issuing CA, where you have generate a private key, that from that private key generate a CSR, or private cert, I should say, and then generate a CSR. That CSR is then sent to the registration authority to be signed, as you saw here. And so then once it signs it with the issuing CA, it then sends it back to Secure Ideas, and now Secure Ideas is signed and trusted. And if any kind of client goes out and requests it, they can then validate it against that two-tier architecture. And again, very simplistic. There's a lot of things I didn't go over, but hopefully these next slides will kind of dive a little bit deeper. But if there's no questions up until here, I'm going to keep on trudging. So PKI architecture. So this is, again, that two-tier architecture that I keep on talking about. One of the biggest terms I want to kind of go ahead and get out of the way is global trusts and then internal trusts. And the reason why I want to differentiate these two, and I probably should do a better job of so all these things, these workflows, and how it's all done creates a level of trust, supposedly, with any kind of third party. So there's still some sort of inherent trust that you have to be like, okay, I hope VeriSign, or I hope these register authorities, the CAs out there, are doing what they say they're doing. And they're very well attested usually. And you can go look at their compliance documentations and those kind of things. But the difference between a globally trusted and internally trusted is just, who do you have that you trust? So usually globally trusted would be those big vendors that are trusted by anybody. Most browsers will trust them, or they're, at least the CAs are already loaded in the browsers. Whereas internal trust is something you establish, and you may have to distribute that trust yourself to your internal assets. So it's not like it's going to be, once you set up a CA, that, oh, now that everything's trusted. Well, there's some things you have to do to establish that trust, whether it be internal or globally, because you can set up a global CA and become a CA for other people, whether you want to do that or not. But it's just, there is a process to build that trust, and knowing the difference, what you're trying to apply this architecture to. For most cases, in this case, it's mostly internal use is what I'm showing here, but it also could definitely be used for any kind of global trust you want to establish. For any kind of PKI, offline root is always the preferred method. It sounds kind of weird, but the good news is you don't need the roots online for very many things. You need to issue a CA signing certificate. For in this case, since we're talking about HTTPS interception, you may need to issue a man-in-the-middle CA cert, which is just a subordinate CA certificate attribute looking thing. So it looks like a CA, but it's not a CA. But I think it has CA in the name somewhere in those man-in-the-middle certs or that attribute. You need it for CRL signing, which may only happen every year, depending on your policy, or to distribute the root cert to an authority information access location, just to be out there to be referenced and viewed. And so you don't need it on very much. And actually how we did it, we literally had it off, and it never had a network connection in our cases. And the way we had to do it was either mount a USB or a drive, an encrypted drive of some sort, to then move any kind of CSRs to the root to be signed, or sign certs from the root to the USB. And that was all done that way. So now the other part to all this, whenever you're building out an architecture, is how do you want to issue or allow issuing of these certs? So one of the cool things, especially if you're doing like a Microsoft AD and you're establishing it that way, one things you can do, you can allow machines and users who are already authenticated to the domain, because even your machines have a username and login, whether you knew it or not. And your users, of course, have a login that can authenticate them to the domain. Well, in your CA certificate attributes policies, you can actually say, hey, my issuance, if it's a machine on this domain and they're valid, issue them a cert. And then bam, right whenever they either are added to the domain or whenever the policy takes hold on that box, that machine will then be issued, and it will actually create its own private cert to then be signed by the CA or the issuing CA, and then reset on the machine without any interaction from any users. So that's really kind of nice. So then right out the gate, if you do any kind of Microsoft AD issuing CA, which I'll kind of go over that later, you can actually have this automatic registration of machines and users. The other thing on issue governance that you should also note is the web services. So a lot of internal web services, you may either be using self-signed certs or untrusted certs. And so do you want them to be able to auto renew or self-register, or do you want them to have to be able to generate a CSR to send to the security team or another team to then issue it from the CA? It's all in your risk appetite. And for internal boxes, if you have a certificate attribute that doesn't allow you to put in more than 2 subject alternate names or something like that, to kind of limit who this cert can actually, hey, I am this machine or I am this endpoint. If you limit the amount of endpoints they can say it is, maybe that's enough risk mitigation for you to go ahead and allow web services to self-register, but just with 2 SANs or something. Also, allow auto renewal. There's another great function with Microsoft AD that will allow, once, not necessarily initial renewals of certs, like you can't initially register this cert, but if you've already been registered this type of certificate, then allow them to auto renew. And that can come in really handy for some of the web services. And come to find out, if you knew, your domain controllers already do this. And where to put your keys. So yeah, this is, I know when I probably should have mixed this up a little bit, because we're going to get into some keys here pretty soon. But these are just some high level things to think about whenever you're building out your PKI architecture and ways to kind of go about it. Some more gotchas with that. So when you thought you were building a PKI and you're like, hey, cool, all I got to do is issue certs. Well, how do those get validated? Well, it's either you have to have a certificate distribution point, whether it be a CRL or OCSP endpoint that is available that you can then validate certs against. Otherwise, I mean, there's no way to know that, hey, is this really the root cert that signed this? I need to go to the AI and validate that. Is this, and then using that cert, it can programmatically or at least algorithmically validate, okay, yes, this is part of that signed CA chain. So you have to make sure that these CDP and AIA locations are available. And it's yet another service that you have to stand up on top of all your key issuing services or cert issuing services. And so it's kind of a got you there. It's also needs updating. Luckily, you don't need the AIA on the root. I thought you did. I put it there, but you don't really need it. As you can see, for one of the places, so the cool thing is I'll usually go to corporations that seem to know a lot more than me. Like Google seems to have encryption down, right? And so one of the things whenever I was building out the PKI the first time, I would go to like Microsoft.com. How were they issuing those certs? And in this case, I went to Google.com. And I was like, okay, what does their root CA look like currently? And sure enough, this is all the attributes they really had. The key usage that these purposes are the attributes. So it can do certificate signing or CRL signing. There's the ID, and then there's the distribution point. There's no AIA file. Whereas in the issuing CA, you do have an AIA file. And so just knowing those kind of things, you may not have to stand up all the infrastructure you may have thought. And just to kind of FYI that one. Now, the next part to kind of go over and determine if you're going to go one way or the other is, are you going to do a certificate revocation list, or are you going to do the new online certificate lookup protocol? The differences between CRL and OCSP. So a CRL is literally, if you ever look at a CRL, and I encourage anyone to go to one of these links, go to Google, look at their CRL. Literally, it's a text file with serial numbers. That's all it is. And so you can go in there and look at it. That's all a CRL does. It just gives you, hey, these are the revoked certificates. And that's good. It can get kind of bad, especially when that CRL gets like too big in size. And so now you're having to pull down this big CRL on top of having to negotiate an HTTPS connection to that website. And I'm telling you, if it's over 200 milliseconds, someone's going to click off, the site and go to another page. And so it's like, you have to worry about all these things. Don't worry. Firefox, Chrome has other protections. I'm going to go over that, but, or unprotections, I should say. But knowing which one you're going to do, the cool thing about the OCSP, you request, hey, is this certificate valid? It comes back, as opposed to giving you a list of certificates. It says yes or no. And again, I'm highly simplifying that, but that's the difference between CRL and OCSP. CRL gives you a list of revoked serial numbers or certificate serial numbers, and OCSP says valid or not valid. So pretty good little guide there. And I followed a guide by Microsoft, and I'll get these slides out in PDF or however I have to get it to you, everybody. But designing and implementing a PKI, this is a very good documentation. It was insanely comprehensive, and probably more information I ever needed to know, and I probably overthought too much, but a good step-by-step guide if you are going to have to implement a Microsoft CA. All right, PKI certificate attributes. So this right here, whenever you're setting up that root, that initial step where, hey, I gotta establish my root CA. Well, for Windows, there's a CA policy INF, and this is, I believe, exactly what I used in prod. I think, given like I of course randomized some of the naming, but I believe that's exactly what I used. And I don't know though. Because the renewal key length. So yeah, you're like, oh, 24/8-bit key size. Like, well, yeah, you should be able to do 4096 no problem. I think I did that for compatibility and just being scared of stuff. And I didn't want to have to do it again because once you see that creating a CA or any kind of certificate, it's like you got to hold your face right when you're cutting it. And like, okay, I think I did it right. And sometimes it takes a few times. But the CA policy.inf, which is essentially a policy file that has all the attributes you want in there, that's going to be on the actual CA cert, as you see here, after you issue it or actually after you create it. And so you want to make sure that all these are correct. It sets the certificate distribution point. It does, of course, for root CA, no AIA location necessary. One of the things I did a constraint. So path length. Okay, so this was not my policy. So path length equals 0, I believe will say, hey, there's no other CA above this. And adding that constraint can be an extra way to secure or make sure that no one can establish a CA higher than this, if this is the highest CA. And so like path length equals 1, I think will be my issuing CAs, if I remember this correct, because they're one step up, and you can make that a constraint. And there were some security reasons around it, or at least I like to make it very purpose built for exactly what I need. And so that was one setting I did, and it didn't affect anything. And of course, the major, or what do they call them? It's not major constraint, but it's a type of constraint on the certificate. You want to set it as a CA. You have to do that. And that's that's a important constraint. I can't remember, but if you open up Windows certificate, you see any kind of explanation points. Those constraints are these kind of big constraints. I can't remember the term. I'm sorry, everyone. And then the OID policy. Golly geez, this OID policy, I still don't fully understand it. I actually was able to find, and I tried to find it again for this talk. There's a VB script out there that will actually take and create an OID policy based on your domain. So if you have a Windows domain, you can run it as, I believe I just ran it as a regular user to get the OID policy generated. I've also seen people just use Microsoft's OID. I'm not sure what that may cause, but I was actually able to create one, and I created even a legal policy statement. What I did was I just put essentially our banner that we put on all our computers as that policy, and nothing was broken. Nothing was hurt from that. So I'm not even sure how important it is, but the OID policy, I wouldn't think about it too much. And using Microsoft's does not seem to be an issue for internal trusts. Maybe a whole nother story when you start doing external or global trust, because that policy document then probably comes in a lot more play at that point. Okay, now here's your keys. And this right here is what helps establish the trust in your root CA. And I ripped this graphic off of HashiCorp Vault, and it's actually one of the things that if I had to do my Windows environment again differently, I wouldn't have done a Windows offline route. I would have done a HashiCorp Vault offline route. Now I'll go over that later, but this is the foundation of the root CA trust is how that master key and how those key shares are shared and handled and done. You'll even have for DNSSEC, so that's DNS security, which is just signing DNS records. Essentially, it's not even encrypting it, but they have, I think Cloudflare has the whole key signing ceremony, videotape the process, like step by step how they did it, like just the rigorous. I mean, you could just tell it's definitely a process they would go through to validate and prove you can trust this root. And so that you may video record it even internally. I know one of the big, actually, I can say it, Hertz did that. They video recorded theirs, their internal CA process. So that's kind of cool. And so the key shares, I want to kind of go over this real quick. So HashiCorp Vault comes out of the box with this idea of key parts or key shares. And these key shares, I believe the default is 5 key shares where 3 of them are needed. 3 of the 5 are needed to create a master key. That master key is still not the encryption key. The master key unlocks the encryption key that then unlocks the vault. And that allows for rotation of the master key where you can rotate all the key shares. Let's say if someone left, to then not have to, it kind of extracts the encryption key from the master key so you can rotate key shares easily. But essentially it's, you create a quorum by doing this process where you have, let's say 5 directors or 5 managers come together, and you go ahead and create the vault. And the first thing, whenever you create the HashiCorp Vault, in this case, it says, hey, here's your 5 key parts. How do you want to distribute this? Or you need to get these out to your people. Once you distribute those, then you have to use 3 of the 5 or whatever minimum amount to then open the vault. And that, and even then, once the vault's open, doesn't mean that everybody has access to it. It just means that now we can start issuing or signing certificates. And so that's kind of helps build that trust in that root CA to know that, hey, it's not compromised. And only those that are issuing from that CA are those that are meant to be issued because of this 2-factor or 3-person integrity type mechanism that they've implemented by being able to protect that master key in that way. And so it's kind of a new way to kind of, or not new, it's been around forever, but this is kind of a neat little infographic for myself to kind of see how that works. And there's the HashiCorp, man, I love HashiCorp Vault, but we'll get into that more later too. Okay, so now we've kind of built out a trust, and you kind of see how you build a trust by doing these certain procedural steps. And I probably didn't go over it in depth, but one of the gotchas is, so you spent all this time, you built the CDP, you built an OCSP or whatever kind of CDP endpoint out there. But guess what? Most browsers, except for IE, most browsers actually do a soft fail of the CDP OCSP lookups. I didn't know this until recently. but yeah, most browsers, Firefox and Chrome included, do a soft fail whenever doing those kind of lookups. Now, one way to get around this, and suppose the browsers are like, no, we'll adhere to this. If you do OCSP stapling, which is literally, I guess, not telling them, hey, you got to go somewhere else, but you essentially validate their certificate from the web service as well, and you kind of staple it to that web service, that tells the browser to then go ahead and force check. There's magic in the browser, I guess, that happens because I can't see it. Apparently, that setting is true, but from what I've read, that I guess is the case. So OCSP stapling for your web service could help. But you can't really force a check in Chrome. You can force a check in Firefox, and IE actually force the checks by default, oddly enough. Just a little, interesting. The next thing is, so the soft fail. So it's actually kind of cool how they've done it. So Chrome and I believe Firefox did this too. Yeah, Firefox. So Chrome and Firefox actually load or preload a CRL to the browser. So this gets updated, I guess, as updates come out. And this is actually where it does the check from. As opposed to actually going out to the CRL, downloading the CRL, checking, hey, is my serial number part of this, or is that web service a serial number part of this, to validate it before going on. But they actually have preloaded CRLs. And then the other gotcha I have right before this is the subject alternate names. So I don't know if issuing certificates, the SAN, you can do DNS, you can do IP. I think there's another attribute you can actually do to validate against. So you can actually validate IPs for a certificate. But Chrome does not support common names. So the RFC for PKI, or I guess X509 certificates, they say the CN or common name is just as appropriate as the SAN, and both of them should have the name of the service. Well, Chrome doesn't even look at the CN. It doesn't even care what the CN is. It just wants to look at the subject alternate name and find out, is that DNS name in there, and then it validates it. And this is probably just a quickness or just a speed thing, but that's just kind of an interesting thing that they do. And a SAN can also be an email address on top of an IP address as well as a DNS. And so that's kind of interesting what you can kind of validate certificates for with that SAN attribute. It's kind of cool. But there's some extra gotchas there. And now the two options. And I kind of wanted to give a high-level overview about why you may want to go with one or the other. So Microsoft AD certificate services, the pros, it integrates, well, obviously amazingly with Microsoft AD as well as it should, but they do auto renewal, auto enroll, and those kind of things that just make it so much nicer for the management and issuing of certs. The other thing is, if you are Windows admin and are just so used to it, PKI view is like a MMC or a Microsoft Management Console. I don't know. It gives you that kind of management console look to your PKI and can show, hey, your enterprise PKI status is green for good, or no, bad. So PKI view is really nice. CertServe is the other tool that you may have come across whenever you're trying to request the cert. They actually have this web service part of AD certificate services that you can enable, and you go up there and give it your CSR and tell it what kind of template you want. User or basic EFS is what's in the screenshot, but you can even have web service endpoints and those kind of things, and then issue it from there. Depending on their privileges or what kind of level of access you give them, you can actually even authenticate them through the web app there to then issue it as well, I believe. And so some pretty cool, nice automation, or at least gives you an easy button. So now the cons, it requires an additional license because, yeah, you got to run another Windows box. And then the CDP automation, not so automated. You're going to have to build that out yourself. So now we're HashiCorp Vault, their pros. Well, I quote free because anything that's free and open source, usually it's going to be cost you in time. So that's the freeness of it. They have a built-in CDP and AIA. I mean, just built right in. You don't have to worry about setting up the infrastructure. You can just host it right there off your vault if you choose to, or host it off another vault with that same module enabled that realizes that the tree's over there, at least the trust mechanisms or whatever is somewhere else, but Vault can actually host that for you. Robust authentication, because golly geez, Vault has some amazing authentication options. I like just right in, if you go in and free as in beer, exactly. It's got robust, like so many options for authentication. And adding more every day, it seems. Very well vetted and well tested, as far as like you could probably put, I mean, honestly, what Microsoft has done with their secure containers and how they store the root cert in there, it's not a credential guard, but it's in this other different container type, because it's even a new algorithm that's not even supported by, I think, 2012, prior to R2 or something. So Microsoft does a really good job, but this HashiCorp also does a very, very good job of protecting the keys, and the vault mechanism is, I believe, superior to the general Microsoft quote unquote vault for their CA. Also the config. So Microsoft does have config options where you can actually use CLI commands and those kind of things. I didn't have as much fun with Microsoft CLI tools there than most places. It seemed like the not a lot was written about it, not a lot of good tools or workflows, and so you're kind of having to figure it out yourself. Whereas HashiCorp, they allow you to do CLI, you can wrap their API, or even configure it via the GUI, or the graphical user interface. So I mean, they give you a lot of good options, and it's the same kind of config where it feels like when you're using Microsoft, it's like, well, this tool kind of does some of this, and this tool does some of that. Whereas it felt like most of the config was available through each of those mechanisms, depending on how you like to configure it. Cons, learning curve, like anything HashiCorp. I don't know. They're for me, it was definitely a learning curve. And then of course, integration. You're going to have to probably integrate it yourself if there's not already a pre-built one. And most integrations, we had to kind of roll our own, so to speak. But it wasn't much. It is just, luckily, their API is very well documented. Okay, now finally some tips. And golly, geez, am I really taking this long? Okay, my offline route was a headless Microsoft 2016 box. I'll never do that again. I don't think Microsoft supports their headless versions as well as their full GUIs. And in 2016, they're like, hey, if you go headless, you can't go back. And I'm like, oh, that's great. So I probably screwed my old team over pretty bad there. I feel sorry for them. If they're on here, I'm sorry, guys. But the offline route was headless, so it was literally all command line. First command I ran was PowerShell, just to get the PowerShell open, but because it was a command prompt. But it was on VMware. So what I did was I BitLockered it with a password. I know that was actually kind of hard to do in a 2016 box. You had to kind of set some registry settings to even be able to do that, because they wanted to tie it to AD or tie it to something else. I was able to get it with a password. Then there was only a local admin login. And so the one biggest problem I had with how I set this up was that the logging was only from the VMware side. So I had to log the VMware, PowerShell, you know what I'm talking about. PowerShell to the people for sure. So the problem was the only logging I had was from the VMware. And so I had logging set for that instance. I'm calling it instance now, that VMware image, the root image. And so I could tell when only security admins could actually touch the box, but still, how do we do that? Because VMware has so many permissions. So net admins were able to still back it up and those kind of things, but it was all encrypted. So it didn't matter if they backed it up or not, because we were the only ones with the key. And so we had the key in our CyberArk or whatever, and we were logging when you copy the key, but that key doesn't change. So I didn't really see that. So the only logging here was literally through VMware, and that I found that to be somewhat deficient. SecOps, again, like I said, we managed BitLocker and local admin, and we recorded user actions, whether you copied the local admin password, which you could copy it once and put it in your own key store or whatever, or we were also logging to the VMware. And then NetOps, they managed the VMware part. So they were able to set up our SIM to get the access logs, and then they managed all the system settings and the backups too. And so those are all encrypted. And this Crypto Next Gen, I put that out there because I started out doing one on a 2008 R2, and I don't think I set up with a Crypto Next Gen. And if you don't have that, you have to reestablish it, because it is a whole nother cipher set, and there's some gotchas there. So just make sure if you're going to set up a CA, do it with the latest and greatest Windows box. And no matter what you write your root cert with, you can generally issue keys or certificates that will be supported by older devices, regardless of what your root cert is. I did 24/8 again, like I said before, just to make it smaller in size, I guess, for passing around. And at the time, I was kind of worried about older systems, but come to find out that's not as big of a deal. It's only a big deal for the infrastructure, you managing your PKI, if that made sense. Hopefully it did. All right. So now this is where I kind of come in with my lessons learned, so to speak. How I do it differently is I would totally go with an offline root CA that's using HashiCorp Vault. From there, I would then go ahead and create 3 issuing at least, maybe even 4, maybe 2 app cert issuing CAs, but I would create at least 2 Windows domain issuing CAs because of all the great automation there, because we have a lot of sysadmins and those things that just were much more comfortable with Windows, and I don't want to do their job. I want them to do their job, and I want them to do it effectively. And so I felt that was the best way, and for all of us to have to manage the system going forward, to have those Windows domain issuing CAs. And those you don't have to go offline or anything. And then the other one was the app cert issuing CA. This I would use, in this case, I actually stood it up for our data center, which was all in the cloud, so to speak. And so we were using all Linux boxes and those kind of things. And it was a Java-based app. And that wrapped and was automatable much easier with HashiCorp Vault than it was with the Windows domain issuing CAs. And given my team too, they kind of were more comfortable wrapping the API directly as opposed to trying to figure out Windows wrappings, so to speak. And so that was just it was one of those things to get easier adoption amongst the team on the cloud side to go ahead and start doing HTTPS everywhere. Because how I felt like if you're going to operate in the cloud, it's, I call it the zero, quote unquote, zero trusted network. And so everything needed to be encrypted, whether it be the transmission, because I didn't manage necessarily the network behind all the EC2 instances and those kind of things. So everything had to have point-to-point, essentially, encryption. And that was implemented with cost savings, I guess you could say, through our internal PKI. So what else? Is there anything else? App roles. Check out app roles with HashiCorp Vault. I don't have time to really go over it, I don't think today, but man, HashiCorp Vault is an amazing product. And again, free as in beer. Okay. All right. Now, I think we got time. So man in the middle. So this is HTTPS interception time. So here we go. I'm going to level the playing field real quick and just kind of go over a high-level overview over how man in the middle proxy forward proxying works. So first thing happens. So we got a user requesting securideas.com, and it is forced through the proxy, whether it be set on the host or forced on the network through network protocols. I think it's WCCP, but there's ways to force it on the network side through routing or actually on the client side. And then once you get it to the proxy then you can choose to do this. And a lot of proxies, they will validate the user to make sure, hey, is this someone that should even be coming through the proxy? Or does that person need to see secure ideas based on his group memberships? And so the first thing that the man in the middle proxy may do is validate the user identity. And sometimes they'll do that through I think it's a 302. It's in a lot of cases, it'll be like hey, authentication redirect. Give me your authentication creds. But there's many other ways to go ahead and validate the user identity, but that's just one. Once it does that, if it does that, the man in the middle proxy then requests on the user's behalf. The user never goes directly there. It's the proxy going there. And so that negotiates the TLS. And in this case, you can actually tell the proxy, hey, don't validate TLS or validate the certificates or validate whatever or not. In most cases they do, but that will actually negotiate the TLS and validate it from there. What the user thinks it's doing is also validating to the site, but it's actually only validating to the proxy. And the proxy issues a whole new securideas.com cert. And if you look at the chain, you'll see that it's actually signed by either your internal CA or whatever your proxy CA trust is. And so that's actually what's kind of happening in the background, is that your man in the middle proxy is actually reissuing a whole new cert. And so then the user validates, hey, is this a valid issued cert? And if it truly came from the internal CA and that user trusts your internal CA, then bam, cert claim is valid, and then user moves on. And so that's, again, high level, really high level HTTPS interception. And so now, man in the middle gotchas. So the reason why I kind of went over this was the client that requested this training a while back, they're about to implement this themselves. And I was trying to go over, okay, what are all the issues that I had? And so one of the things is distributing trusts. The good news about PKI, distributing trust, is much easier. And I kind of like this little infographic of PGP and PKI to kind of show essentially symmetric key encryption and asymmetric key encryption, and how convoluted it gets really quick if you're trying to do symmetric encryption between a bunch of different people. But when you distribute trust, you need to make sure not only the client, the server, but then also the service. In some cases, you could also call the service an application. They all kind of need a trust, and this CA link. And luckily, it's generally pretty straightforward in how to establish those. But sometimes it's not as easy as we all like to think. But distributing those trusts can be kind of an issue. But luckily, with PKI, it makes it a lot easier. You can do these CDP lookups for the CRL, HTTP, LDAP, or file. I put HTTP should be the one you use. LDAP, I had to use that for a Microsoft Exchange on-premise server because of, what was it? So the Exchange had Internet Explorer security settings like most servers have, because who's browsing the internet from a server? You shouldn't be. Okay, so we all agree there. Well, our CRL had an HTTP link, and because the secure settings in that 2008 or whatever Windows server was, it wouldn't do the lookup without us actually rolling back or trying to figure out what is the setting to allow this. I think the one fix I found, or two, I didn't like the way it sounded. I was like, okay, I'm going to issue one just for you and have an LDAP lookup just for our Exchange server. And so you may have instances of that. Hopefully you don't, especially with Office 365 and everything else going on, but CRL should only be HTTP. And OCSP is not necessarily HTTP. It's like it, but it's not. But just know that that's much quicker and probably the newer mechanism that people probably want you to go to. AIA also allows you to kind of go and do a couple different options on your lookups. And then cipher suites. I kind of want to put that out there because one of the things that is, I know I had a hard time is trying to get a lexicon or be able to explain how we're doing the PKI, where we're going, and in this case, what kind of cipher suites are we using, especially for forward proxy stuff. And so this was a nice little graphic to kind of show you real quick that it's not only about encryption. They not only encrypt, but it also will authenticate the message. It will authenticate the signing. And even the key exchange is identified in there, because that's that symmetric encryption I was talking about, the elliptical curve Diffie-Hellman exchange. That key exchange was that one HTTPS thing I was showing you, where literally it's a pre-shared string that Alice shared with Bob, or the web service, to go ahead and establish that encryption. And so it's kind of neat. But it's maths, and Luke Crouch could probably help you out with all that. So, all right. Finally, okay, so here we go. Man in the middle gotcha. Some more gotchas. So again, distributing trusts is pretty interesting. Luckily, the only browser I had an issue with, I believe, that doesn't adhere to the trust on the box is Firefox. There may be other browsers out there, but most of them actually will. If you trust it in your machine CA, they'll generally allow it. So your system, make sure your system trusts it. Most applications will then trust whatever the system trusts. For smart devices, that has a whole nother trust store. Whenever we were man in the middling smart devices, I was really excited to see how good my Android, or actually how hard it was for me to man in the middle my Android traffic. And I can't remember all the reasons, but just know that smart devices, there are some gotchas, but you can also man in the middle that traffic if you establish a trust correctly. So server trust, this is kind of, this is whenever you have Linux boxes, generally speaking, in your Windows environment and those kind of things. And I kind of wanted to put this little AD domain to the IDM domain, so Linux resources actually having to, you got your Active Directory users trying to access these Linux resources, but then it has to reference AD somehow, and usually we'll have front ends or some other kind of mechanism, but that Linux resource has to also trust whatever these Windows resources are in the AD domain. OpenSSL, CNF, so those cont files, I used, OpenSSL is great, but then it's also, golly geez, I forget all the different commands it can do because it's very robust. I can't remember if there's a really good site that I found that gives a good rundown, but I don't know, you can get very quickly lost on OpenSSL, but OpenSSL can be your friend in the fact whenever you're trying to establish these trusts in these Linux systems, it may be the only way you can actually reformat that certificate for it to then be properly imported into that system's trust config. And so OpenSSL, just know that's a great tool out there for whenever you're trying to establish Linux trust from your Windows boxes. And I even use it in Windows too. So it's not like it's just primarily only for Linux. Application trust. So running on down client trust, server trust, now applications, Java's, man, I'm telling you, they got this Java key store, JKSs, that they usually do all their trust from. And so it has, or actually it's a CA cert file, but it's in the form of a JKS, I believe. That CA cert file, which is somewhere in either your JRE or your Java runtime environment, or in your JDK or whatever your application Java store references, that CA cert file, that's where you have to import your CA. And what tool you use, you don't use OpenSSL for that one. Key tool is what you have to use for that one. And so yet another tool to have to kind of learn some new flags with. But once you kind of get it and you document how you did it, because I tell, please document what you did, because it seems like, I don't know, issuing certs is almost I have to always reference my own documentation, in other words, because it seems like I can get it wrong every time if I'm not going back to see what worked last time. So just know, I mean, it's not the most straightforward in some cases. It's maths, right? No. So then the on-prem exchange, I already kind of gave that was a mess. Okay, now the final, this is the final gotchas page I have, and this was for anyone trying to make sure. Yeah, it is. This was okay. So I spent 4 or 5 years being the lead, I guess you could say, on the forward proxy. And over those 4 or 5 years, there was so many changes, and not only just in our corporate structure and how we were wanting to operate and what we allowed and how our risk appetite went up and down. But no, this is the world around all that. Literally the worldwide, I call it the World Wild Web. It always changes. Literally, you got HP 1, 2, and 3. Burp Suite, which is one of the tools that we use for proxying all of our attack traffic, just now, like this latest update, supports HTTP 2. HTTP 2, I believe, has been in RFC and kind of implemented by, I think, Google primarily at first, but I think others have adopted it as well now. But for almost 10 years now, if not more. And now there's HTTP 3 that's coming out, that's supposed to also increase how well we're able to kind of access and how quick HTTP webs work. But this also brings into an effect, what does your forward proxy support? Does it support HTTP 2? Does it support HTTP 3? And can it? Because I believe the quick and those kind of things, just trying to think, how would I solve that problem? I believe it's going to be very hard to man in the middle going forward. But it should be doable. And I don't know. So just know that there's a lot of gotchas there, and those poor proxy vendors, I feel for them. Self-signed certs. It doesn't matter if you trust that self-signed cert. I believe if it doesn't have like some sort of tiered PKI, Google won't trust it, or Chrome won't trust it. If it truly is self-signed, or always give that banner, no matter what, no matter how many, no, just make this CA or something. It will always be like, hey, no, we don't like that. So that's why I put the self-signed certs there. I'm probably going to take that out. TLS 1.3 issues. So a lot of people were kind of worried especially whenever TLS 1.2 perfect forward secrecy ciphers, or PFS. Everybody was like, oh no, we'll never be able to man in the middle of that traffic. Well, come to find out we can. That's not an issue. And come to find out, TLS 1.3 is not going to be an issue either, because it's actually built into the spec on how to man in the middle properly. So this is good. And so don't be scared of that so much, but just be ready. There will be changes. And I already talked about perfect forward secrecy. So the next cool thing, I guess you could do with HTTP, and this is probably not going to stop, and there will just be more and more going over it. But like in this case, RPC over HTTP that uses RDP through a proxy. So literally, you can set up your remote desktop connection to proxy through a proxy, and using HTTP as your backbone to get RDP traffic to go through. Pretty amazing stuff. And of course, it's the application that allows you to kind of do that. But it's just one of those, for instances of what you may see trying to get piped over HTTP, and something that if you're trying to man in the middle and observe and monitor that kind of traffic, I mean, that's going to be something you may have to contend with. Yeah. See, yeah. Today I learned it does. I don't know if they're built in. I'd hate to say it like that, but there's like, is it built in, Chris? Is that kind of how they word it? But I knew that there was like mechanisms they allow it, and I remember there was a big scare. Like there's even some good blogs out there. They're like, oh no, TLS is going to ruin everything. But from what I read and what I understand about TLS 1.3, it's in the spec to be able to do it. Just kind of like how it is for PKI, how we can do man in the middle, and it's not an issue because it's lawful interception of traffic and for security purposes, you know? And so I know that was kind of high level. I wish there was some more cool things I could have shown you or like issued a cert myself, but I don't know. It was about maths and encryption, and I'm kind of surprised I even get through a talk like that. Just because there's so much I still don't understand about it all, at least the math portion of it. It's almost like one of those things that, hey, it just works. But hopefully that kind of opens some eyes, gives some things to look out for if you are standing up your own PKI, and maybe some gotchas and lessons learned that maybe you don't have to learn yourself and learn from me. I don't know. But yeah, thank you all so much. And yeah, I guess I'm done. I'm done Zilla.
You done, Zilla?
I'm done. No one's heckling me off and those kind of things. That's good.
You want to close the track too?
I'm gonna close the track.
We'll just tell them that we're done.
Hey, thank you everyone.
Go to track 1.
Oh, and everyone, if you're still working out here, go ahead and go on over to track 1, and we're gonna be doing our closing remarks. And yeah, thank you everyone again. And yeah, I'll talk to y'all later. Shit, I think I did awful.
You did an awesome job, sir. We're taking notes.
You were?
Yeah.
Man.
Patches should take it issue to work through.
That would